13th of March 2025, and we're going to be playing a little bit of Guild Wars 2 tonight. Alright, we're getting crackly audio. Hold on a second. Alright, is this any better? Okay. Alright, it might have just been that I didn't plug in my microphone completely. Alright. So I'm working on my Mesmer for just a little bit so I can get some hero points to unlock Protomancer on her. If I'm a little silent, it's because I have some food here with me. Went ahead and I, since I got my Twitch pay out, I figured, you know what, I'll splurge a little, get a little bit of fast food. Nothing extreme, just a little bit of a treat. Hope you've been all right, Narton. Okay, open up with that. Dodge. Aha, that's interesting attire for, guessing an engineer. My comps are almost complete. Cool. Yeah, I saw you uploading them. They look really good. I'm happy for you, dude. There's one up here, I forgot. Alright, we got some baconated cheese. Well, they're waffle fries. You know, I didn't really put the cheese all over this. Just kind of put it on the top layer, which is not really what you want for waffle fries. But they're not bad. good. I like root beer when it's I like root beer better when it's made with cane sugar, but root beer in almost all forms is still delicious. It looks really good, Narton. Hey, Jackal, good to see you, dude. Start of the weekend is, well, it's going all right. There we go. Okay, that's everything for that. AJ Fortescue. What does what do? Do I really want to do? You know what? Yeah, I do want to do this build. Oh, how it do? How it be? It'd be good. Everything's doing all right. Got to go out and get a little bit of fast food. Got some In-N-Out with waffle fries. Well, not In-N-Out. I got Jack in the Box at In-N-Out like earlier this week, actually. Mm.
Speak quickly.
Ooh, Texas Roadhouse. Sounds good. Sounds delicious. All right. Let's see. Okay, it looks like I have everything that I need. Berserker armor and weapons. Take that off, actually. And Marauder trinkets, which is also good.
I have so much to do. Speak quickly.
Alright. All that comes next is... And then... Chronomancer. Okay.
Responsibility isn't easy.
Oh wait, it wasn't that, was it? No. Um. Hmm. Is this thing just not gonna load completely? Okay, this page just does not want to open at all. Well, I can't get a good look at what it is they want me to trade for stats if it's not going to load the entire page.
I have so much to do.
Troublesome. Okay, Chrome apparently wants to be difficult right now.
Makes right.
Which is the last thing I need for it to be.
What do you need?
I was hoping to actually work on this character build, but now the page that I'm trying to refer to for building it isn't loading completely, so I can't see what it wants me to trade for, or I can't see what. Uh, it's just difficult.
I have so much to do.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
Okay, if this is anything to go by, it's not. Please allow ads on our site. Well, please load your damn site so that I can. Okay, well, that's a bust. I'm gonna have to come back to this later. It's a shame, really. You know what? I don't even need that. I'm gonna work on something fun. I'm gonna work on my Weaver. Best class to do like red mage stuff with. Also, can't tell me he don't look good. I mean, you could tell me he don't look good, but you're a liar and I'll ban you. I won't ban you. Maybe.
I have so much to do.
Oh, jeez, what is that? What is that mask? Why is it that?
Oh, I didn't see you there.
I wish anything that you deactivated in the character hero panel would be deactivated when you're trying to do this stuff here too.
Responsibility isn't easy. You'll find everything you need here.
What do you need?
Okay, what if I... Material... Nah, it's better that way. Okay, what do we got in terms of... Wait, why does he have celestial stats? Well, actually, celestial stats would not be bad for this build either. Trapper ruins are good.
So much to do.
Should I have a secondary weapon? Yes, but it should probably be a pistol. Pistol, 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 pistol. Got a gun. Nah, that won't do. Do I not have... Oh, I know what happened to the pistol. Yeah. You know, I actually did forget. Here, let me see if I can bring up the Elementalist, Condition Tempest, Condition Weaver. Here we go.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Hey, Don. Gonna be making meatballs? Ooh, sounds delicious. Do I have rectal? Yeah, that's fine. Rune of the Trapper. Okay, we got Rune of the Trapper. What would it take in order to get Rune of the Fractal, though? Rune of the probably doing fractals. Or Relic of the Fractal. Let's see. Relic. Only available to players with Secrets of the Obscure, chant their wilds. Okay.
Oh,
I
didn't
can
see
get
you
it
there.
from a Heroic's Notary. Actually, I think I might have enough to get it. I need testimonies of Jade Hero. Oh, you know what? Perfect. Yeah, let's just go ahead and grab it that way. I can't. The Eternal Battlegrounds are overflowed, so I'll have to wait in the queue. Fuck. Okay, you know what? That's fine. In the meantime, let me go ahead and... You know, it might actually be easier for me to get the Scepter. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to wait and get the Scepter in the fractals of the...
Responsibility isn't
Or
easy.
not the fractals, in World versus World. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for that, let's look at some...
I carry only the highest quality goods.
Hold on. And you know what? I'm actually going to change this. I'm going to change this into something that looks good. It's long, luscious hair, but it's not really hair that looks good on him. Elf ears. Could give him glasses. Just do that so that way I don't have to...
Responsibility isn't easy.
Get any other neat haircuts? You know what? We're doing it.
Sharper still.
What do you need?
In fact, why should his hair even remain black? Okay. You know what? Do it.
More people should learn to bargain.
No, you know what? Yeah, this fits. We'll do this. Currently queued. Alright, my position in the queue is 2.
Responsibility isn't easy.
What do you need?
Hello, stranger.
Get in there. Okay, we're not here for very much, for very long. Just need to grab a couple of necessities here. Supreme Supreme Runes of Holding. And two emblems of the Avenger. Oh, this doesn't actually seem like it's that hard to. Okay, well, hold on. Yeah, okay, I get it. It compounds over time. You're gonna need like a lot of it. And the Supreme Rune of Holding is not gonna be easy to obtain. Here we go, Relic of the Fractal.
Goodbye.
There you are. TID-07. And what I need from you, I need a scepter and a warhorn. Because I can turn these to Viper stats. Okay, good, good, good. Alright, now, as far as sigils. Oh, that's, hmm. Don't suppose you guys sell runes? I mean, technically, yes. I'm gonna have to get these off with a trading post, and they are not gonna be cheap. Okay, we need a sigil of bursting. Oh gosh, that's gonna be really expensive to get all this stuff. A sigil of strength. Sigil of frenzy. Not nearly as bad as the other two, but still pretty bad. And a sigil of corruption. Which is probably the cheapest one here.
More people should learn to barter.
How do you do? Good to meet you. Greetings.
Melissa Aid.
Okay, get my stuff out.
How do you do? May Duena bless you.
What do you need?
Alright,
How do you do?
now that we have that, just a matter of figuring out
Greetings.
a Sohothan knockoff. Oh, that's pretty.
Melissa Aether.
Greeting.
Oh, the princess one? Yeah, in the name of the moon, I'll punish you. Actually, that looks pretty good. Dwayne's scepter, which would probably look better on a paladin.
May Duena bless you.
This doesn't look like your traditional scepter. It looks like something you would stab someone with. Or like bury into their forehead.
What do you need? More people should learn to bark.
Alright. Yeah, it looks like a scythe rather than a scepter. Hey, what's up, Thrain?
Tell me more.
May Duena bless you. Good to meet you.
Can I help you?
May Duena bless you.
Hey, people called out today at work. One plus side, it was cookout day. I got free burgers and hot dogs. Tasty. Still kind of lame though that got shouldered on with extra responsibility. It sounds like. Oh gosh, is this thing ever gonna? Ah, finally, I can go back to character select. Finally updated. Almost. Didn't load everything. Okay. I was able to use a chat code for this instead.
Can I help you? Greetings.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
Can I help you?
Okay, looks good. And spear and spear
Can I help you?
and great sword. Oh, what's
Greetings.
I have everything you need.
Oh yeah, it is Pi Day today.
My time is precious. I carry only the highest quality goods.
It would really help to know what it is they wanted me to use as runes for this weapon. But if they're not going to tell me, best I can do is just move on to another character. I don't know what I want to play as, and I don't know what I want to play. I thought maybe doing Guild Wars 2 would be just fine, but now I don't have a goal. I could continue the story with my current character. I don't know.
Invigorating. I carry only the highest quality goods.
What do you need? Duena bless you.
May this aid you.
I don't know if I want to progress the story because I know that some of my viewers don't want to be spoiled on it because they haven't reached. Okay, so when we last left off the story here, we got to the Mersat settlement, or city, whatever you want to call it, which is where all the Mersat were before they were mysteriously wiped out. Seemed like Baban, the last Mersat in Tyria before he was killed, turned on the rest of his people and destroyed them because he knew how dangerous and destructive they were to the rest of Tyria. But it looks like they're lingering in spirit form in this area, being led by another one named Yagon.
Did you hear that? One of the walls just hissed at me.
Have you given any more thought to that sabbatical offer, dear?
I'm no expert in the Mersat art.
Here to assist? Take a rifle from the Doliak and protect my scanners.
Six feet tall! Infuriate! I'm nigh invincible.
Don't you love when you vote for a character you like, only for it to be in the minority of likes in a poll? Yeah. Feels bad.
feet tall.
I actually managed to get one. Steven Strangle. That's about as close as you can get to Sorcerer Supreme in Guild Wars 2. Some big ass bees. Here, try going this way and then south to see if it'll get me to my destination. We're looking for a memory wisp belonging to Maban. Remember when I asked you about love songs? We went over what songs found out that song somewhere out there. In the movie, it's a family song, but the official song is more of a love song. Yeah, it's true. It's kind of weird when you hear them side by side. But my guess is that it was composed that way so that way it could apply for Academy Award status for a nomination. Because there's certain criteria that you have to fulfill in order to be considered for it.
Then move south when they smell the bloodstone.
One of my instruments is going off. I think we're about to have a ghost problem.
This is a fire.
Master's notes about the ghosts observed around Sanguine Crater don't line up with our experiences. Before, their behavior was solely attributed to their past trauma and the time of their sacrifice. But from the cliffs, they're reacting to something recent, further in the ruins.
You'd like us to march right in there on it? Hold on. If there's something dangerous here, the rest of our forces ought to know what.
Follow me. It'll be worth the risk. I promise.
Knowledge brings treasure.
That better help out. Seems like I'll get credit for some achievements if I do this.
Shake it off! I haven't the energy. Accelerate! Shake it off!
Everybody else ran ahead.
An audience. Come to watch as my soldier amongst the dead reaches its inevitable conclusion.
Fascinating. The source of our ghost problem is another ghost.
Not just any ghost, Mouse. I am Manikaz, the blood phenom. Prodigal son of... Oh. A familiar face.
You know this guy, Wayfinder?
Unfortunately.
Don't care who you are. Step away from the Bloodstone. This is your only warning.
Even now, Optimus Lazarus, I hear their impertinent words. Stifling vision. Only me back.
Those incantations. Ancient necromancy. He's trying to fight the life force to resurrect himself.
It's gonna be hard to stop it with this human behemoth swatting us like flies. When we topple this thing first, double time.
Sharp blades.
Shake it off.
Sharp blades.
Hey Solid, how you doing, buddy? Okay, let's help collect a little bit of this bloodstone energy. Ah, never mind. Got enough.
Your construct is gone, Mursat. It's just you.
Just.
Let's get to it.
I think I am more than a match for a few sacrificial lambs.
Yeah? What about them? This is a fight.
What? Did your hands off me, you insect! You... This will not be my end!
Compared to that lunatic, I think I'm rather pleasant to work with.
Uh-huh. Sure, Scholar. Just try to prioritize our own safety in the future.
Thanks. Point thoroughly made.
6 feet
Now,
tall!
let's take a proper look around the building with that. A place like this is ripe for documentation.
Man, the Mersat were assholes. I get why Maban wanted to turn on them. Ah, here we go.
Wisp spotted. It's hovering near a bloodstone.
You could try the Heart of the Obscure again.
That didn't work out so well last time.
Hear me out. Given their proximity to the city, these shards were likely drained long ago. Between the Titans and the Mersat exhausting them, it's unlikely they're volatile. Hopefully.
You know, you're banking quite a bit on that, hopefully. Okay.
A letter? Unexpected, but better than the alternative. You were right. The heart didn't cause an explosion, but it did yield a letter.
What?
To Manikaz. Sounds like the Mersat ramped up their sacrifices right before the door of Kamali opened.
Plenty of good that did them. Well, I'd keep watch for more wisps. Trust Maban to guide you.
Okay, so to give a little bit of context, the Door of Komali is a magic gate in the Ring of Fire Islands. The Ring of Fire is all the way to the south, over here. In fact, this is where the Mersat basically had their bases. This is where they basically launched their incursions. I'm not sure how, but they got in touch with... Well, actually, now that I think about it, if they started from here, it kind of makes sense that they would get in touch with the Char, probably going through this area to get to Ascalon, getting into contact with them, causing them to wage their war. Well, anyways, the Door of Komali is basically a gate that was sealed and guarded by the Mersat, and it acted as a passage, as a gateway between Tyria and the Realm of Torment. Specifically to one of their to the Foundry of Failed something of Creations, I think, which was in the Domain of Anguish. And the Mersat basically, for the most part, tried to make sure that it, remained closed at all costs. But in order to do that, they had to seal it using soul batteries, feeding on souls of the chosen, which were selected by the Eye of Janthier, which was a magical relic that the White Mantle took throughout Kryta, basically scanning humans and seeing which one would be considered chosen. Basically, chosen were supposed to be. People were convinced, oh, if you're chosen, that means that you're gonna basically be chosen by the unseen ones, the Mersat, and you get to be a part of their paradise. When in reality, all it meant was that they would be taken to a nearby bloodstone, over here in Bloodstone Fen, no less, and they would be sacrificed to it, and that would power the soul batteries, which would keep the door of Kamali closed. But because that ended up being because the Mersat ended up being defeated, soul batteries eventually ran out, and Titans started making their way into Tyria from the Realm of Torment. As we all know, grinding is gaining, which is tiring as hell. Yeah, grinding in like almost any game can be, a chore and a half. It can drain you. I don't blame you. So anyway, oh wait, I didn't get a clear look at what the letter said. So I guess one way of putting it, do you remember watching Disney's Hercules? You know how the Titans were basically sealed in that jail? Think of the Door of Komali as like that, where if that gate were ever unsealed, Titans would make their way and basically wreak havoc, on the world. Same basic concept here. Is that, the Door of Komali was basically supposed to hold something back so that they wouldn't be able to make their way into Tyria. Well, at this point, that's kind of moot, though, because with the fabric between the realms basically being weakened, doesn't seem like it takes much at all to get between realms.
I think I see something.
Another one.
No, I beg you, please. I can't take anymore.
I won't hurt you.
I won't fall for that. No, stop. Manicus, please.
Who would enjoy this? No wonder Mabon felt conflicted. You bear no resemblance to such monsters, Mabon.
Not that he would know. Didn't get to know Mabon for very long, actually. Still, it's kind of jarring. As somebody who's played Guild Wars 1, you don't really get much interaction with the Mersat. They were really just kind of like voiceless antagonists, and in the end, they weren't like the most major antagonist. Because the one working behind the scenes against Kryta was the Undead Lich. I know it's kind of redundant. But yeah, the Lich was like the big bad.
I'm 6 feet tall.
Still, what limited interactions you do get with Mabon, he was very personable. Like, compared to, say, Isgarin.
Over there. Afraid to see what evil lurks in these pages. Mabon, what exactly are you trying to tell me?
So, over Komali's bleeding titans, and Lazarus has sent one final warning across his scrying eyes. The human lich wields the scepter of war. Of course, that's Vizier Kilberon. And as open portals across Tyria, I must assume one of them has been opened nearby. Seraph is supposed to be visiting soon. How can I face him? I spilled blood of my kin across the stone the other day on Mercia's orders. I remember a guildless. He could barely float. Barak caught him trying to teleport away. Bloodstains my armor still. Why wasn't Orestes there to save him? Where did that contemptible old fool flee? Did he know what was about to happen? Is that a scream in the distance? Has it started? Can't let everything collapse here. There must be something in my notes, my lab. Lazarus. Supposedly the last surviving Mersat. He was the one that basically created the White Mantle with Saul D'Alessio. I get it. I get it now. The Mersat were one of the early races along with dwarves, the Jotun, or the Seers. And the Mersat wanted to fight the Elder Dragon Zaitan, but the other races didn't show up. Probably because the other races figured out that if you killed Elder Dragons, it would throw the whole world out of whack. Maybe if they had understood that, maybe if it had been explained to them. That's why the Seers wanted to enact their plan with Glint. Have one dragon overall, basically just shed their hunger of it. Basically use their power for good, because, you know, there's a lot of lore that I'm just dropping. I'm probably not even making sense at this point.
Could be something.
But I'm seeing where it all fits now, where the Mersat come into play with this. And how each of the old races basically screwed up. Even the Seers aren't blameless. They made mistakes, especially with Blast. Maybe not Blast, but the Exalted did.
It's all right. I'm here to help.
Too late. For help. He's gone. I'm not too far behind.
You saw Manikaz die?
Not dead. Hiding. Fled to the Golden Lake. The city is falling. He's afraid.
He'll get what's coming to him.
You. The pain is gone. I don't understand how, but thank you.
He can't hurt you anymore. How do you know he's at the Golden Lake?
He speaks to himself. At first I thought someone might be with him, out of sight. But I soon realized he was arguing with himself. Occasionally, at first, and then constantly.
Interesting. Well, you've earned some peace and quiet. Rest now. I found a lead. Some of the Bloodstone shards still had ghosts tethered to them, just like in Sanguine Crater. Victims of Manikaz. Apparently, he hid at the Golden Lake as the city fell. I'm on my way now. The Wisp seems to be following Manikaz's route. Maybe Mabon was following his path of destruction.
That's as good a lead as we found so far. I'll bring backup. See you soon.
A legacy damned. Golden Lake.
It's almost serene, if you forget where you are.
Oh. I got the outfit on. I don't like the ones that disappear.
Are you? Gaining adrenaline!
Oh, he actually died.
For the record, you've been struck.
Oh yeah, I love Arwene's fight. I might. So far, images that I have done, that I have gotten commissions of him, have him engaging in his other profession. I should have something that actually shows him as in his warrior element. Yeah, I agree. It really fits with his look.
More bloodstone. Looks substantial.
I'm taking damage doing this one.
You think this is the end?
Seems like he's being pursued by someone, probably Maban.
I am the blood phenom. With this stone, I will outlast every one of you. Stop! Please! No! Stop!
Alchemy.
Huh? the feeling I'm not gonna like what I find up here. So there's my bond. And Manakaz, I have to assume.
Torn to shreds, bleeding out, alone in the dirt. I hope you felt every bit of it. In the name of each life you massacred, I hope you writhe beneath this future you so desperately feared. Still too merciful an ending for you. At least whoever did you in made fine work of it. Who's there?
I know.
He was in pursuit of someone. And now, it appears, we are as well.
Any idea who? Was there ever something he said? Or did?
This is something best discussed away from here. We could all use a moment to get our bearings.
If it's all the same to you, Anis, I'm going to stay out here a bit longer.
Of course, Commander, come see me when you're ready. In the meantime, some rest would do me well. What does she know and what is she not telling us? I don't like that she's not telling us something.
Countess?
You know, when I first met him, I wasn't sure I trusted him. His motives seemed hazy. But Livia trusted him, which meant something, and she was right. My fears seem silly now.
You were being cautious. Even Mabon had reservations about his own kind.
He made that clear. You could hear it in his voice. What are we missing, Mabon? We don't have time for games. The Alliance is growing impatient, not just Livia and Ludo.
Well, the only place I haven't been yet is the Central region. Not exactly a lead, but...
It's all that's left. Matter, sorry to be so maudlin. I'm sure this feeling of helplessness will pass eventually. I get it, I didn't know him long, but I could see Mabon was special. Must have quite the extraordinary picture of Mabon from your few encounters with him. Wasn't always plagued by this much excitement. He could be boring too. Those might be the moments I miss the most. Politics is a strange world. Makes you question motives. Which do people care more about, me or what I can do for them? Once I came to truly know Mabon, that was never a question. He was genuine. In that regard, you two are very alike. I believe you would have grown to be dear friends had time allowed for it. Yeah, just not dear friends with you.
Let's get underway.
I still don't like her. It feels like everyone to her is just a tool.
Knew you'd come through. Very funny. But like Anise said, there's no time for games. I wonder if my war claw could pick up on any leads. Worth a shot.
Well, they can detect magic.
Sense something? Picking up on something.
Magic of the wisp hovers in the air around this location, fills you with a sense of agitation that sends tingles down your spine. Up.
Lead the way.
Trace of the wisp stands still, seemingly looking down from the edge of the platform to the ruined city in the distance. Sense sadness. I don't know if Thrain is still here.
Good job, you. It wants us to follow it into Bavanissos. And we're back to square one. Anise, I located another wisp, but it's leading me into the city.
Of course it is. Hold tight, I'll send backup to help examine the area. Surely we've overlooked something.
Gaining adrenaline.
Penance for the past.
Now what? Guess I could just forge ahead. Or take a moment to look around.
Adrenaline's almost there.
Torture collar.
Gaining adrenaline. Almost there.
Fully adrenalized. What could that be?
Savage device appears to have been used around the neck of a victim to keep him docile, still dried blood on the spikes.
Riling me.
Propaganda pamphlet.
Baba modest.
Baba Niso's stance the grandest city in all of Tyria, and it's thanks to our benevolent and uncompromising vision of a grand future with the Mursat as the rightful shepherds of this land and its denizens. Geez, sounds like an Asuran Arcane Council, doesn't it? Though the other intelligent races of our world have contributed to the development of this world in their own small ways, it's only the gracious charity and industriousness of the Mursat that has ensured such a place could be built. It shines out as an example to all beings with eyes to see that with faith and steadfastness in the glory of the Mursat as the driving force in Tyria, all things may fall within our grasp. Yeah, there are a handful of Asur that are just as arrogant. Desiccated corpse. Body of a man dead for many years. Corpse well preserved, making it impossible to tell how long it's been here.
I have just learned that Hagan is dead. Held by the sea of exile.
Iskarin? Her mind had abandoned logic if she willingly pursued the masked scourge.
I would expect more remorse in your tone, Overseer.
Her spectral agony killed his people's premier. Hagan was never going to win that battle.
Monument. This distinctly shaped monument is weathered and worn, making the glyphs engraved into its surface mostly unreadable. Using the heart, you can make out the words heroic and sacrifice. Ugh, give me a break.
Fully adrenalized.
Can't even read anything without being attacked. Writing this down in case something happens to me. Scully got word about these ruins outside this old abandoned city. No one had reported it before. Even though we sailed through these parts once or twice, don't remember the name now. Scully was always a smart one. Important thing is, he says there's untold riches there, just waiting for someone to discover it. Pirates always get excited over ruins. First, I told him he's full of it, but he was insistent. He kept going on and on. Something about the look in his eyes told me he weren't lying. So I gathered the rest of the crew. We made it down here, but I'm all that's left. There's all these crazy-looking critters roaming around, looking infected or something. One of those took out Clance, and the spiders, they scared off Ajay, the coward. Don't know where she went. We found an abandoned camp, probably not abandoned for all that long. Murph said that the clothes looked like white mantle. Not my business to judge. Me and Murph, we tried to get out, but something kept pushing us back in. We found some sort of sealed door that looked like it was tied to some weird glowing statues nearby. Some kind of puzzle? Murph went off to look for clues, but he's been gone a long time. Got a bad feeling. Keep hearing rustling from above, like something's up in the... Guessing it's a spider's nest. Mound of webs appears undisturbed at the moment. Whatever made it maybe elsewhere. You get the eerie feeling there's something out there watching. Keep your eyes open.
What could that be?
Hey bud, curious writing question, but how well do you write fighting scenes? How well do I do it? I don't know. Any writers crossing workshop that I go to where I submit a piece that has action writing, they say that it's pretty good. But I still tend to make mistakes when it comes to writing action. Like writing something that makes an action seem redundant. Although once or twice, it's been justified, and one or two of the readers has just read the passage wrong. Ceremony
killed the seer leader and turned the war. No wonder Iskaran hunted her down.
Ceremony of passing will be held 3 moons to honor the death of Yagan. Yagan was the best of our minds, her work birthing spectral agony into Tyria, final plague of the seers. 1 hour millennia-old war when she used it to ambush and kill the so-called immortal leader. The death of our enemy Sidoni, the last of the major seer ranks, Yagan granted us a sterling victory. Yagan was killed 2 dawns past. Her ceremony will be hosted by the Archsteward. Ceremony will be held by the Archsteward Kelsa. The edge of the Golden Lake. The ceremony will begin at dusk and endure until the smoke of her offering tables turns red. All will be forbidden to speak for the duration of the following sunrise until sundown. So she was the one that created spectral agony. The bulk of the text on this stone tablet is written in a form of Mersat language too archaic for you to read, except for 4 stanzas written in the common tongue. When birdsong trills in crisp, clean air and new life springs from soil fair, we call to thee. Then comes warmth, the sun's embrace, to glint upon thy upturned face we summon thee. To catch leaves before their fall, one must hearken to arbor's call we offer to thee. At last we feel the cold winds bite, and end the seal on mother's spite, we welcome thee, Barboza.
Don't touch that!
Pile of discarded clothing is soiled, but the style of garments is nothing like you've seen before. It seems strangely intact given how old they appear to be. A treatise by Nea Grinvald. Fuck off! Not every one of these pieces of evidence needs to be attached to like an ambush. Look, I get it. The developers wanted to create some sort of tension so that you can't just investigate without feeling like you're going to get attacked. Fine. But it's fucking annoying. God damn. Sorry. It's been said by some that the events of the past are built on a foundation of facts as solid as any castle or fortress, but as any student of architectural knowledge can tell you, the foundation of a castle can be found to have cracks or even outright falsehoods spread about the stability of its construction. So too can the bedrock of history be replete with lies, deceptive information, and propaganda. It is incumbent upon those who undertake the study of history to continue to apply time-honored methods of critically discerning fact from fiction, even in, perhaps even especially so, texts that are considered sacrosanct by those who currently hold power. It's never enough to simply take the words themselves as factual without verification and independent corroboration of the evidence, no matter how convincing. Fuck off!
Adrenaline approaching maximum.
Are you fucking done, game? I didn't even get to the second page. Take the stories of our own gods, for example. We know they existed, for their works remain for us to study this day, and from those works we can certainly say with confidence they were incredibly powerful entities. Beyond that, however, what can be independently verified about the story of their arrival upon Tyria, about their involvement in our own origins as humans? There are conflicting reports, conflicting dates, conflicting facts, and little firm evidence to verify any single detail. This book will seek to illuminate, and the rest of the text is illegible, likely due to water damage. I asked for I might commission you for a fight scene. Okay, sounds good.
What could that be? You brought this on yourself.
Thank you. Smell blossoming flowers, and I missed the rest of that.
All of the effort spent retrieving the mist's gate. We cannot open it. The door of Kamali is about to burst at the seams. But there's no escaping it now. I hope they're watching. Wherever they are. You sent us to die.
Spectral agony. Yagon deserved to die for bringing such vile magic here.
Terrible magic. Basically fucks up your insides. Like, in the most literal fashion, it just screws it all up. With the many weapons within our enemy's arsenal, spectral agony continues to prove itself the most dangerous and terrible of them all. Not only does it inflict the most excruciating pain imaginable without causing a single wound, but it also saps the victim's will to fight against it, crushing down upon them until they can no longer think of anything but the pain. That the Mersat would even devise such a spell speaks volumes about their capacity for cruelty and savagery, and it gives our people every reason to oppose them at every turn. There can be no reasoning with such beings, no peace that can be brokered when such methods are employed. This council will do well to heed my call on this matter, even in my exile, lest we find ourselves groveling before these foul beings and their ultimate weapon of control. Must act and act now. There can be no compromise on this, Isgarin.
Don't touch that.
Morello. This far west.
6 feet tall.
Gaining adrenaline. Gaining adrenaline.
Dusty Tome. What do we got? This is your summons.
Feared Isgarin.
This is your summons. The hunt begins for Isgarin, the masked scourge. Very few of our enemies remain, but he should not be underestimated. Isgarin gained passage into Baba Nisos undetected and killed Yagan in broad daylight. She was among her peers and family, and the assassination was executed at the height of preparations for the ceremony of the Rabbit's Moon. Thus, Isgarin is considered detrimental to Mersat vitality. As is tradition, the final life breath of the enemy should be gifted to the mate of the victim. If you are able to locate Isgarin, please bring him to me alive. If bringing him back to Baba Nisos becomes problematic, killing the enemy may be your only option. Even though the masked scourge was exiled by his people, he continues to seek revenge for the death of their leader Sidoni. If he has the coin of vantage, he will win. Archsteward Kelsa.
Oh, this place.
Seriously.
Just that deadpan, seriously. I've heard that once before, at like the end of Path of Fire. I just wanted to know which one of you, who you referred to first, whether it was me or Kanak. Seriously.
you are. Wait! It was headed for that gate. And I see people over there. Maybe they saw something I missed.
Raisin Sunrise and Illuminate Catla.
Did either of you see a wisp floating nearby?
A brief flicker caught my eyes cornered, but it vanished before I got a closer look.
I'm afraid I was too focused on my work to notice it. This gate's taken up my full attention since we arrived.
Any progress on entry?
Not yet. All I can tell so far is that the gate doesn't seem to be Mersat magic. The force sealing it is on a power scale all its own. So is the distance the enchantment covers.
I'll be surveying nearby. Keep me updated.
Keep kindled your life fire, Wayfinder. The dark is death's watchman.
Wayfinder, closer to me.
Sagarin.
Wayfinder, and he said you found another wisp. She's busy fielding pressure from the Alliance about entering Bavanisos.
What do they expect her to do? We're trying everything we can.
We're at an impasse on all accounts. The wisp led right to the gate. Seems Mabon also wants us inside the city.
The Alliance is not going to be happy to hear we're chasing ghosts, literally.
It's the epicenter of the Mersat's demise.
You say that as if the Mersat hadn't already anointed these grounds with their blood.
She's back.
Like a common household pest. I'm putting an end to this now.
And you wonder why we never got along. Hubris always was the downfall of your kind.
Gaining adrenaline!
Accelerate!
Gaining adrenaline!
This is who you bring into battle, Scarlet. A child, an old medicine woman, and a champion past their prime. Would have been better off bringing that traitor friend of yours. Oh, right. I saw what happened to him.
Kill her! Accelerate!
I don't take kindly to that champion past their prime insult that she just leveled at me. Especially since Asura live pretty decently long lifespans. Like, longer than humans on average. Assuming they don't kill themselves in lab accidents and explosions.
Have you tired of your antics yet? I certainly have.
Expect me to fall to my knees, begging for death. A coward's end may suit Mabon, but it doesn't befit me.
You cower in shadow like a cockroach fearing light, fearing what it might reveal you for. A disgusting, worthless little vermin. Yet you deem Mabon the coward.
Ow!
Gaining adrenaline!
Accelerate!
I'm not impressed. If only you'd brought an old medicine woman to mend your wounds. They're riling me up. I haven't the energy.
Gotta back up. Gotta heal. Hey, help me out, Pookie. Thank you.
Much better.
Aren't you a pal?
This is exactly how the world will remember you, Yukon. I'll make sure of it. The heart of the obscure. Finish her now. Arrogant enough to think she mattered and stupid.
You have a way with insults I've always admired. Mabon, guide us.
You've nowhere left to flee. Now, who are...
What did he encounter? Okay, he encountered a Titan.
Well, what are you waiting for? Going to kill me like you did the rest?
He had a secret here he didn't want us to know.
I might have done the same. Spare us all a lot of misery.
Stop! Face me! There's nothing left inside.
What's left?
He followed the Titan into Bavanisos after the city fell.
He never told me.
So, we can't get into the city. Mabon chased a Titan into the city, and there's a mist gate.
Is that gate how the other strangers got here? The three we fought?
It seems that way.
So there's another way into Tyria that isn't the door of Komali.
Yes. And even my power can't disable the ward that blocks our path. Summon the Alliance.
What's this? Woodland Coden, leather gloves. These are thick gloves. Okay, so if I understand everything correctly, this was the Mersat city. This is where Mabon went to basically exact revenge against the rest of his species, where they pretty much just all died out. And when he was done, he came across a Titan, and he followed it into Bavanisos. Into, yeah, basically ahead. Which means that there's another way to get into Tyria that isn't just the door of Komali. Although, that would explain why the Titans were able to make contact with the Char in the north. Like I said, Door of Komali is all the way down here, the Ring of Fire, and yet we're all the way up here. So at some point, I guess, the Titans managed to make their way into Tyria and started migrating east until they reached the Blood Legion homelands, basically giving them the power they needed to overthrow the humans in Ascalon using, well, Titan magic, like the Searing Cauldron. How are you two doing?
I don't even know what to say. This just got a lot more complicated. What about you, Cub? I know this involves a lot of people and things you don't have history with.
Well, it affects you, so it affects me. That's reason enough to care. But it'll affect everybody eventually if we don't do something about it. What that something might be, no idea.
That's not on you to figure out. You helping us is enough. I'm grateful you're here. Worried sick every moment that you're gonna get hurt, but comes with the job.
I'll do my best not to rile your nerves.
Better talk to this Garin. He's probably rattled too. Wayfinder, I'm sure you seek answers, but this day has been troubling. I will answer your most pressing question, but the rest must wait until I've taken some time. How nervous should we be about this Mist's Gate?
How nervous should we be about this Mist's Gate?
Yeah, what he said.
If Ura did not deceive and it sits open, then we must abandon caution for action. The race has begun. But another anxiety overcomes that at the gate.
Maban.
I've scrutinized every conversation, every memory since the day I pulled that knife away from his throat. He was sullen when he returned from Bavanissos. And of course he was. He just observed the death of his people. But now I know that something remained untold. He hid something from me. Maban, what happened? What did you do?
And why? Seems like we're not going to get that answer until next season. Whatever that might be. Gotta stretch out a little bit. I feel like going downstairs and grabbing my can of not Monster, Rockstar. You guys know how chatty I can be when I've had taurine in my system, and I'm hoping that'll happen again.
Tell me more.
Yeah, a little too thick, but let's go ahead and open these anyway.
Quite a reward.
Ascalonian blueprint used to craft decorations of an older style can be found on ghosts.
Let's see the color of your coin. Responsibility isn't easy.
Or, since it's Friday, I could just... Yeah. No, I don't want to end early. I really don't. But I do need something to keep me awake, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab that rock star. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. And now I gotta find something to do now that I finished current story. I'm up to date now. So I gotta figure out something. I need a new goal. I got my, oh, thank you, Jackal. Got my can of watermelon flavored Rockstar. Oh, that's delicious. Okay, yeah, what can I really do? What do I feel like doing?
Vigilance is key.
Thank you, Don. Oh wow, this char's decided to go like, you know, almost all completely natural. Showing off the goods. It's definitely not shy.
How's it going?
Hey, why should he be, you know? Let's see, what else is there that I can do? Reaper, Harbinger. I know I talked about making this character a Scourge. If there's an actual Scourge build for me to use. Necromancer, Open World, Conditions, Scourge. Harbinger? Scourge? Yeah, Scourge. Slow and steady build that deals damage through torment. Okay, I can look on Guild Gen as well. Open world builds. It's gonna take like forever to actually open. Condition Scourge, a slow and steady build that deals damage through torment, bleeding, and burning. Although it has low burst damage, Condi Scourge is great for open world due to its simplicity, tankiness, and amazing damage over time, making it great for solo or group play. Build has access to barriers to absorb damage, passive defense from Blood as Sand trait, can remove boons from enemies with Devouring Darkness, and punishment skills such as Sand Flare, and can remove conditions from allies and itself with Nefarious Favor. Oh, open world build, Celestial Sword Fire Weaver, which was posted just yesterday. I also can take a look at that, see what it does. Celestial Fire. It was created and updated yesterday. The Celestial. This is off of Guild Gen, by the way. So let's see. The Celestial Sword Fire Weaver is an elementalist build that uses a sword in open world for a dynamic playstyle, which can be a bit difficult to learn due to the way that weavers can be attuned to two elements at the same time. However, once you get the muscle memory for the combos and attunement priorities, it has plenty of versatility and an engaging gameplay experience. This is Celestial. Swap attunements in this order as a basic rotation. Start in air, then go to fire air, then go to earth fire, then to water earth, then to fire water, then to air fire, then to fire air, or air fire, earth water fire air fire. So start in air, go to fire, then go to earth, then go to water, go to fire, go to air, and go to fire. Or pair air with fire for pyrovortex. Always enter earth after fire and only water after earth. What the fuck? Primordial stance when in fire, air, and fire attunement for vulnerability and bleeding, or in air, fire, and earth for bleeding and burning. Prioritize using the 3 skill when swapping attunements because it often does the most damage and provides you with the most utility, but the true skill priority depends on the combos available to each.
Let's see the color of your coin.
Since a difficulty of 75, should probably have a difficulty of 90 or 100, based on how you describe that. And it doesn't list any of this. Here, let's at least see what the code is and see what it is that they're trying to get you to do. I can go onto my own Weaver. I'm already using a Weaver, but all I'm really doing is jumping between fire and earth with sometimes either air or water, depending if I need the vulnerability or the healing. Okay, so what is it you're trying to do? Okay, so no earth attunement, which means no written in stone. You want to use Twist of Fate to break stun, then spin and briefly evade attacks. Gives you super speed. Well, the good news is that you get a maximum of 2. The evade lasts for 1 second, and you do get the super speed. It is a stun break, but the recharge is 25 seconds. So Primordial Stance, channel the prime elements at their core, dealing damage based on your current attunements. Fully attuning deals the same condition twice.
What do you mean?
Armor of Earth. Protect yourself with Earth armor, gain protection stability, then gain barrier or for each unique boon that you have. Tailored Victory. Release all your weapon elements and end your Weave Self stance, causing gravity itself to unravel around you. Well, okay, that's the second effect, but you really grant Weave Self. Temporarily reduce the recharge time of attunements while gaining bonuses for attuning to new elements. Successfully attuning to all elements ends the stance and grants Perfect Weave. Perfect Weave will give you an extra plus 20 boon duration, plus 20 healing increase to others, plus 20 condition damage, negative 20 incoming damage, 50% move speed, and an extra 10% flat damage to bonus.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
So how long does it actually last, though? $20 seconds. So you have 20 seconds to get through all of your attunements to get Perfect Weave.
Tell me more.
It's not bad, but there might be better utility in just putting out, like, a constructed elemental. It would allow the elemental to body block for you. Besides, it's not... This is not what I would put. It's not what I would go with.
The law is on your side.
What do you need?
Okay, but it doesn't overwrite the one that I'm using right now. See, I prefer going with... Wait, is my mic on? Yeah, it is on. Okay, I freaked out for a moment there. I was like, wait, I don't see my mic. It was just pushed out of my peripheral vision. Okay, so I go with Earth instead. And I basically just take a simple...
Tell me more.
Basically, I'm just running a simple condition Weaver using Viper stats. And all I really do is I switch between Earth and Fire. The idea is that I just, you know, I just switch between the two and I use all the skills to get as much bleeding and burning on the target as possible. And then I take Signet of Earth and Signet of Fire because this will improve my toughness and this will improve the amount of the precision that I have, which means more crits. And if I activate this, okay, so having this equipped will give me 10% less incoming damage, which is just, you know, vital for a class as squishy as the Elementalist. But activating it will immobilize the opponent and also give them bleeding, which, you know, again, this is a condition build, it's what you need. But I also take the trait Written in Stone so that the signets will continue to grant their passive bonuses while they're recharging. So normally when you trigger a signet, you get the active signet benefits, which in this case is bleeding and immobilization. But then you have to recharge. You have to wait for it to recharge before it can give you the passive again. So if you activate the signet, you lose out on. If you activate Signet of Earth, you lose out on the 10% damage reduction. Unless you have Written in Stone, in which case you can activate this and you still get the damage reduction. You know, even while it's recharging. So it's just a different way. It's just another way to get it done. Celestial Scepter Weaver and Celestial Sword Weaver. Cool thing about doing Condition Weaver is that there is a slight amount of burst to it, because if you're using fire, that's, you know, you basically get that damage right out of the gate. It also helps that I'm using mostly Vipers. Viper stats. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna stick with this build. It's just too good. I mean, for me, anyways. Meta battle makes it seem like it's a difficult, a hard to uh, like it's actually difficult to use. It's not. Because the way that they describe it, you just go through fire attunement and air attunement and then earth attunement as well. And you really only get the air attunement so that you can uh, get the extra vulnerability, which is something I don't incorporate. All I really do is just fire attunement, earth attunement, just switch between those two. That's it.
Welcome.
It's not that hard to follow, is the shorthand really.
May Melandru guide you. More people should learn to run.
May Balthazar strengthen you.
Hell, if I really wanted to, I could probably. Nah, you know what? I was gonna say I could probably drop one of these skills, but I do need Primordial Stance and Signet of Fire. Which means that I would have the only skill that I could switch out would be Signet of Earth. I kind of like it too much, but if I had to, if it seemed like it was necessary, I would replace this with Glyph of Lesser Elemental, so that way you can have 2 pets at a time, 3 pets even, depending on the recharge. You know what? I've been staring at this and just kind of talking my ass out. So let's do something fun. Let's figure out what can we do. Why don't we go?
Nice gear.
Oh yeah, that's the Ocarina of Time Ranch race theme. Alex Starwolf.
You'll find everything you need here.
I'm doing alright. Just listening to this giant cat play the Lon Lon Ranch theme from Ocarina of Time on harp.
Greetings.
Alright, we're going to Ark Basin. About to go to bed, plus that big storm coming early tomorrow, so I'm prepping for that, so you stay safe, pal. Absolutely, you stay safe too. Yeah, take care of yourself. Wherever anybody might be in the country that might be affected by whatever storm is coming, do your best to stay warm, safe, and dry. I think California is going to be hit with another. Hold on, let's see. California storm incoming. Is there? Severe weather alert. Evacuation warnings, closures in Los Angeles. Oh yeah. We're going to be getting a lot of rain, like from central to southern California. There's going to be plenty. You know, Tarweer's about to start. Well, I'm glad that you're, going to be relatively dry.
Strong. Still rising.
Really? Have no gathering tools left. Looks like I'm gonna have to make a side trip over to Dragonstorm. We are under tornado watch. Yeah. I used to live in Illinois, so I know what tornado watches are like. They can be very stress-inducing, I guess is the best way to put it. So, from the back this looks good, but up front, I don't know. I feel like this could be better. Yeah, it's all about fashion. That's the end game in Guild Wars 2. You know what? You may call it stupid, because this is like one of the first and earliest armor skins you can get, but that actually looks kind of good.
I feel strong.
I kind of like the vest look, and you don't really see it with any of the other. I mean, I guess you can kind of see it with this, but guess the only real downside is that most of these tops obscure the gloves. Which you may not want if you like the appearance of the gloves enough. Like the poofy sleeves that you get here will block off the appearance of your hand armor. It's a little annoying. I guess I can deal with this. I guess you gotta take the good with the bad, Jackal. Yeah, stay safe there, Don. Oh wow, that hit of taurine is... Oh wow, that hit of taurine is actually getting to me. Whew. I'm awake. For now. Will I press the button? Ah! This is an interesting button. Oh shoot. Will you press the button? You will become the most successful person in the world with health, happiness, fame, lovers, and untold wealth. But you can't have children. This is like... This isn't even like a question. I mean, yes, I would push the button. I don't... Like, I get... It's not that I don't get the appeal that some people have, you know, towards like, oh, I have like an actual children, this is my offspring, this is my flesh and blood. I get that, you know? And I also get people, you know, who kind of see it as like a thrill, you know, as well. But to me, the idea of children is like, I'm sure it's great, you know, I'm sure that there are blessings upon blessings that many people just overlook. But it's just not that valuable to me, so I would press the button. And apparently 77% of people would also press that button. They would much rather be the most successful person in the world with health, happiness, fame, lovers, and untold wealth, even if it meant not having children. Some people see pets as their own children as well. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you do that. Well, oh, wait, hold on. There's a loophole there, too. So, I could be the most successful person in the world with health, happiness, fame, lovers, and untold wealth. But I am a dude with the male particulars of biology attached to my person, so I can't have children anyway. So I push the button and nothing changes. I can't have children. I have the ability to, with another partner, procreate. I just can't be the one that has them. So you know what? Yeah, push the button and nothing changes. So even, you know, I'm not the one that carries. So there you go. Yeah, exactly. Like Thrain said, the ability to sire children, that is different. If they meant something else, they should have phrased it as such. But the way that it's phrased, I'm good. So if I want to have children, I could still have it, and I would still be the most successful person in the world with health, happiness, fame, lovers, and untold wealth. It just means I'm not the one that's going to be carrying the kids. And besides, like a lot of people say in the comments, you know, for this one, adopt. Yeah, there you go. Just adopt. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Will you press the button? You can tell when someone's lying. You can always know the truth whenever you want, but you can never tell a lie. I'm not going to push that button because capacity to lie is sometimes valuable to me. Interesting one. You have 3 wishes per month, but you are the last person on Earth, and you can only bring 1 person per wish back. Well, if you have 3 wishes per month, you could use those 3 wishes in that month to bring 3 people back so that you can survive as a group, that way you don't go insane. And then the next month, or you know what, you can, choose to bring 2 people back and then wish for a stockpile of food to last you through the month. And then you just slowly bring people back over and over. And then you, of course, use one of those wishes to get, use one of those wishes to make yourself immortal or invincible. Or disable it as, you see fit. Use one of those wishes to reset your perception of time so that you don't go insane. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's so bad because over time you can just bring back the people that are worth it to you, I see it as kind of a win. And if I live for long enough, it's like how many people per month? That's 12 people per year. You live about 100 years. You could slowly bring back people who aren't dicks, I don't know. I think in the I think in the grand scheme of things, and I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I think in the grand scheme of things, I think we value some people more than others. I value you guys, and if I could, I would, and I was in that situation, I would do everything that I could to bring my family, and then you guys, back. And I hope you guys don't take that as an insult, that I would want to bring most of my family back before you guys.
That feels good.
Well, yeah. Well, most of my family, anyways. Like, I don't want to make it seem like, that it's done out of priority so much as pragmatism. Oh, shoot. Like, because putting a number on that, says that putting a number on it would suggest that that some people are more important to me than others, when, I think everybody's important to me in different ways. Oh boy. Oh yeah, South manages to burn very quickly. That's just how South be. They have all the time in the world. I'd like to point out, you also have the dilemma of bringing back the people those people care for and so on. That's true. But hey, maybe you could wish for those people to get the same wishes that you do, And so they can bring back the people that, matter to them as well. It doesn't say that you can't. Look, I'm just saying that, you think about these conundrums where the genie's going to screw you over. You look for loopholes. I'm not saying that, there's a genie involved or that there's necessarily going to be a loophole, but, I mean, come on. Wishes like these? If it doesn't say you can't, then that means you can.
That looks valuable. That looks valuable.
When you're dealing with, like, questions about, things that you can wish for, you always got to look for the loophole, because genies can do that to you too. Remember what Jafar said, to Abismal when Abismal said that Jafar couldn't kill him? Jafar basically straight up told him, the hardest line possible, you'd be surprised what you could survive. Or you'd be surprised what a person could live through.
You can never have too much treasure. Which
honestly is kind of an awesome line. It suggests that he's put some thought into the potential. So yeah, I would push the button if it meant that I could, grant that wish to other people too. Bring one person back. You know what? Bring 2 people back plus a stockpile of food. Then the next month, give them the ability to wish whoever it is they want back, plus a stockpile of food. To cover them. Then I bring another 2 people back. Grant the same wishes again. It'll be like a multi-level, it'll be like an MLM, a pyramid scheme, Once everybody, finally gets the same perks, they'll be able to bring in more people and, yeah.
That looks valuable.
Interesting question for this next one. Will you press the button? If you press the button, you oversee an entire powerful nation, but if you push that button, you will never see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You know what? I'm pressing that button. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is good, but it's overrated.
Nice gear.
I'm not kidding. That's actually the question that it asked me. You oversee the entire powerful nation, but you can't see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Next! You become an expert at maths, but you forget how to speak English. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's many people I could talk to in different languages. But English is just... I mean, if you forget how to speak it, you could probably learn how to speak it again. But just because you become an expert in math doesn't mean that your ability to learn has increased in any way. And learning English can be a bitch. Speak in binary. Nah, I'll pass on that. A lot of people agree. It's just not worth the hassle. What's the next one? You become incredibly attractive to everyone else, but you're hideously disgusting to yourself. I'm already hideously disgusting to myself. Nah, I'm probably not that bad. I'm probably decent, you know. But, you know, I'm just the kind that will have a low self opinion of myself. You want to know something, though? I think that's a good thing. I think that if somebody is too arrogant about their looks, even if they do look awesome, it's just going to go to their head. That's like the #1 way you become like a dickhead to everybody else. Like, you ever see people on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, and they're like, especially when it comes to, and I'm not trying to make an argument or a sexist argument or anything like that, when women get interviewed and they say, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you think you are? And they'll say, I'm a 10. I'm a 10. No doubt. And they show a picture of like a guy, and the guy will say, you know what, I feel like I'm a 4 or 5. And they'll say, yeah, this guy's like a 1, you know. But then, you know, when guys rate other guys, it's like, no, you know, this guy's like a 7 or 8. He looks pretty good, you know. I think people who are too invested into, who buy into the hype of their own appearance, who are just that vain, can be some of the most disgusting people on the planet. But still, learn to love yourself, and not just for your appearances, you know. Find one thing that you like about your appearance, hold on to that, and then pad that out with, like, things that you should appreciate yourself for no matter what. Interesting question. If you press the button, you can influence the outcome of random events, but it's always the worst for you, directly or indirectly. You cannot cheat your way out of this. No, I don't want to do that. If the random event is like something to the effect of there's a flash flood warning and a mudslide that happens in my area for some reason, not that I'm in a mudslide risky area, and it's like, okay, spare the 100 or so people who would otherwise have gotten killed by this, and they get spared, sure, but then I die, or the people, you know, I care about end up dying. Yeah, that would be the worst for me. So nah, I don't think I would. Influencing a random event doesn't necessarily make it better overall. Exactly. And as it said, it's always the worst for you. It's like, I just don't want to put myself in a position where I have to sacrifice something for, I mean, even if I could influence the end event so that it's a positive outcome overall, it's still going to be shit for me. And, you know, why should I have to suffer? Will you press the button? $100 will magically appear in your wallet or pockets every day for the rest of your life, but you will never know how to drive and you will always crash if you do. You know what? I think I'd push the button. I think I would push the button on this one. I think this is something that is worth pushing the button for. You get $100 every day for the rest of your life in your wallet. Just deposit it. It's probably not like, you probably don't even have to declare it. I mean, I know how to drive, and actually I kind of like driving, but it's also kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. And I live in an area where thankfully most of the things that I want or need are within biking distance, or I could just, take a bus towards, or I could even just walk to it if I wanted to. And I could take an Uber, $100, hey, use $20 and, so I can get to the nearby bank and make the deposit and, I'm out of there, right? Would this affect driving in video games? No. I don't think it would affect that because the mechanics are not nearly the same. I don't think I could ever drive. I don't blame people, for not wanting to drive or, not putting that much investment in driving. I think there's a lot of value in I think there is a lot of value in public transportation, and I really wish that 73% of people also agree. I think there's value in kind of a question like that. My roommate would press that button. I think a lot of people would press that button just to not have to put up with the hassle of driving. Although I get it if, it's like one of those things where I have to commute, and it would just be a pain in the ass if I didn't know how to drive in order to get to the job. But come on, it's $100, in your wallet every day for the rest of your life. That's $3,000 in a month. That's enough to cover rent in a lot of places. Not comfortably, but that's like something you don't need to worry about. If you get like a job that you can easily, bike to or get like a taxi to or carpool with, I think, yeah. Yeah, you know what? I feel like riding a bike is fine. I think driving in particular, I think they meant just driving, which suggests a car. So, press the button. You can see the future, but you can't change it. I don't know, man. I think that would just drive me insane. I think that kind of forbidden knowledge would drive a lot of people crazy because people are more inclined to focus on the negatives rather than the positives. Especially if it's like a future, especially if it's like a modern day future where we're just kind of like brought down by the what ifs, Wow, a lot of people would like to see the future instead of changing it. Knowing bad things but being able to do something would be not being able to do anything would be help. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Jackal, Especially if it's like a matter of looking into the future and knowing when your expiration date is. I couldn't do it. Well, you press the button. You become immortal, but every year you have to unalive one innocent person to keep it going. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. Besides, immortality's overrated. I wouldn't. Oh, that's encouraging. 64% of people would not take that deal. Ooh, HP train is entering the map. Let's go ahead and get this stuff out of the way.
Nice gear.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to get better bags than this. Interesting one. Will you press the button? You get access to an unlimited amount of pills that make your IQ go up to 250, but the pills will give you a flesh-eating disease. I don't know if this means whether it will cause a flesh-eating disease to manifest within you, whether or not you're going to be resistant to it, or, you know, whether taking it will eat part of your flesh for a certain period of time. I just know that it's just not worth it. Some of these are just like a non-issue. Like, if your IQ goes up 250 and that flesh-eating disease happens to just target your brain, I don't think the pills are going to help. Congratulations, you received 100 messages a day with Restream. Will you press the button? You can wear any outfit you want free of charge, but you have to pick them all now, all of your outfits for the rest of your life, and you can't keep, give away, or sell any of it. Sort of spawns on you, then disappears the next day. Wait, so you press the button, you can wear any outfit, but you get it and then it just disappears? That doesn't seem much like a benefit. I mean, is the disease curable? That's a good point, Jackal. I don't think it would be, though. It seems to suggest that it manifests every time you take the pill, so maybe not. Okay, but this one doesn't seem like there's much of benefit other than, oh, you press the button, you get to choose a suit. I guess it would help if you have like an impromptu date, or you're invited to a wedding, but you don't have like the correct outfit, and you just say, hey, press the button, I need a suit for tonight. Hey, some styles just, some styles just don't go out of fashion. You can always use a good suit. I guess I'd press the button just to have like an impromptu suit that I don't have to like, iron out and, take to dry cleaning or anything like that. I guess that would be useful. Or let's say I wanted to cosplay for Comic-Con. I just like, hey, get me Barrett Wallace's outfit. I guess that, that would be worth it. Just reached a dark moment in Zenless. Humans cloned for organ trade. Well, that's a sci-fi, well, yeah, it's not that uncommon of a sci-fi trope, but it's still pretty dark. Okay. Now that we're done here, what else can I do? I guess I could do Pelawidon. You know, I like doing Palawadon. Let's do Palawadon. Will you press the button? You have all the money, but you don't have time to spend. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take the money, and if I don't have time to spend it all, I'll just give it to charity. To the charity that, that I believe in most. And hey, if it's all the money, then, nobody goes hungry. I'll give it to, like, homeless people to build, like, houses and shit like that, and, I'll decrease poverty rates. That's my answer. That's how I would go about it. All right, let's see. Just give enough to spouse and have them spend it for you. You could do that too. If I have all the money, then I can choose to give it to who I want to. Take 90% of it. Take 90% of infinite money. Just give it to everybody else.
What are you gonna do about
Remaining 10%. Hey, significant other that I don't really have right now. Can you upgrade my stream setup? And buy all sorts of cool stuff so I can do like a tour of my room for like the stream or something like that. Yeah. Where is Matriarch Shrillius? Okay, let's see. I guess I could do let's create a squad. We will be the Red Kitty Face. I'll put it on looking for group. We got 20 minutes before. Add XX45.
Wicked Lay enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
Oh, shit.
Your seams are showing.
Okay, let's do Lady Shamshir next.
Wicked ley enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
Run my ass over there, though. Nope. Okay. Oh shoot, I forgot to get gathering tools. Okay, next button says you have the ability to change your appearance whenever you please, but you will lose the ability to speak. Oh shit. I triggered it a little too early.
I see the pattern. Can't see anything. Strong. Eat my dust. Your seeds are going. Refreshing. That looks better.
Okay, that was Lady Shamshir, not Matriarch Shrillis. Okay, but yeah, ability to change your appearance whenever you please, but you lose the ability to speak. I see that as not being as problematic as you might think at first glance.
Wicked ley enhanced creatures are roaming the desert.
Being unable to speak
What
does
are
not
you gonna
necessarily
do
mean
about
that you are unable to communicate. It's easier when he's on the pirate ship. But we got time. being able to speak does not necessarily mean that you can't communicate. You just have to communicate without speaking, and there are many ways to go about doing that. Oh shit. But yeah, I think I would take that. Change appearance, but lose the ability to speak. I think there are different ways that you can communicate. Besides, you can get away with a lot of gesturing, sign language, that kind of stuff.
That feels good.
I see the path that
Eat my dust. Your end is not. Armored up. Refreshing.
I should have switched to air. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, I think we can do Smolge to finish this off. Smolge is pretty quick. I'll bring stacks. Sune Stormbringer is, nah, I don't want to do that. Oh boy. Ow. Ooh. Huzzah, I'm free. Whoops. Keep forgetting F3 is not Earth attunement. Oops.
That looks valuable.
Man, if I only had a bonfire to use. Where can I get bonfires? Ow! Stop it. Communal boost bonfire.
Refreshing.
Oh wow, 7 of those? That's kind of steep.
We know you have food in there. Let us in.
I feel refreshing.
We're starving out here. Open the gate.
I mean, these angry villagers could eat off of these platters, you know, for anybody who wants it. There we go. Oh man, the Taurian's in my system. When you press the button, you get to travel the world, visiting every country and meeting loads of new people, but you never get to see your family again. Look, I may have disagreements with my family. Like, you know, both my brother and my sister, you know, I've had tiffs with them. You know, sometimes my mother gets on my nerves, and I'm not as close to my dad as I might like to be, but that doesn't mean I don't ever want to see them again. Being able to travel the world and visit every country and meet a lot of new people sounds great, but I'm a bit of an introvert, so I feel like meeting loads of new people would just be, I don't know, stressful, overwhelming at times. So I think I wouldn't press the button.
We're starving out here. Open the gate.
You will be able to read other people's minds, but they'll also be able to read yours. No, no thank you. Will you press the button? You get any video game you want is for free as soon as the development ended, even before official release. But you only have 2 fingers on every hand, including thumbs. You get to choose what you want. This one's actually kind of tricky, because you'd be surprised how many games you could actually play with only 2 fingers on each hand, especially with certain controllers. Like if you use like cabinet sticks, if you use like a fighting stick for a particular game, yeah, that's, you know, it's one example. Like, how many fingers do you typically use in order to control a controller in the first place? Like, if I'm playing Guild Wars 2 right now with my controller, I can tell you right now, all I'm using are both my thumbs and both my index fingers. You know, the rest are just for holding the controller, but I can use the palms of my hands to actually hold the controller too. Yeah, I could set something up like a platform where all I need to do is just, you know, have my thumb and forefingers on the buttons, and it would still work, right?
You can't hoard all the food to yourself.
You really only use those four fingers when you're using it like an Xbox 360 controller. Unless you have specialized buttons on the underside, but, you know, it's kind of rare. Ooh, noodles. Okay. I'm waiting for the Hierarch to show up. Oh. They're not showing up, though. That's new. Not unwelcome, though. Hierarchs tend to have a lot of health attached to them, so... Ow! That hurt. I got boo-boos. All right, Don. Thanks for coming to the stream. Have yourself a good night. Thanks, Don. I appreciate it. Somebody skipped ahead.
Nice gear.
I'll cut you down in Joko's name.
I see the pattern at last. The contrast is small.
Cut down these weak fools.
Okay, just keep applying all those conditions.
May the sands take you.
Nice. Oh! Oh, right, I'm outnumbered.
Your seeds are bad shape here. Good. Strong.
I'm really feeling the burn with this build. I really am enjoying it. Plus, it's getting me to use a weapon I never get to use, which is the scepter. It's always swords and great swords. The occasional dagger sometimes too. Oh, got a scavenger. By the way, as always, I'm targeting the champions because that's where the real money's to be made. It's the phylacteries that they drop.
Target identified.
Yeah, I gotta get that defiler out of there or else they're gonna start boon stripping us. Or boon corrupting us. Boon corrupting is a bit worse than boon stripping. At least with boon stripping, you just lose out on the boons that you had. Boon corruption basically trades your boons for debuffs, which is annoying. So then you have to clear those debuffs out. I can't see anything. Okay, we're good.
You can never have too much treasure. My leg!
Oh, right. Right, I don't actually have the Jade Core in order to drop a waypoint. That's okay.
To kill rising.
So you know what? I think Don was right. You know, you could play a lot of games using just 2 fingers. I think the only reason why I might not take up that deal is it would slightly compromise my abilities as a writer, but only in terms of how quickly I can write. Because I do use more than 2 fingers per hand in order to write, so that could be problematic. Okay, gonna grab that. Okay, and oh, okay, jump. Oh boy. Ow. God, leave me alone.
Strong. I'm back.
Mutual grasses to those two. Sometimes I do like to run around the streets, because it can be a lot of fun to just take the fight to the ground level. You just really have to be careful and not do it alone. Ground floor can be a bit risky, shit. Well, I took a dip. And there's piranhas in the water! Haha! Okay, be sure to grab those chests. We did, after all, earn them.
Excellency, to me!
Alright, Thrain, thanks for coming to the stream. Have a great night, dude.
Your scenes are shown. The glory of our king! Sacrifices must be made!
Kill rising.
For the glory of our king! Sacrifices must be made!
Eat my dust.
Wicked ley enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
North of... Ah, what the fuck? Stupid bogus. You've incurred my fiery wrath. Oh boy. Torch it! Okay, should be enough time to do Shrillis.
Wicked ley enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
And she looks like she's close to. Like she's right on the cliffs. That's like one of her usual spawning points. There's 3 of them that I can think of that she spawns at. One is these cliffs up here, just south of Chalon Docks. The next one is over to the far west. And then there's another far to the south in the cliffs. You know what? I'm actually kind of happy with my drip. Okay. Next button. Okay, since I have like 7 minutes. Great Hall will open in about... Six minutes. Okay, so the next button says, you will have an amazing personality, be very beautiful and handsome, have an amazing body, people love you, and you'd be good at everything, but you can never listen to music again. To which I say, hell the fuck no. No, I value music way too much to give it up for something as petty as personality, attractiveness, and affection. If anything, I want the music that I listen to help me cultivate all of those things, you know? I could never do that. Music's way too valuable. You need music to get through my board. Exactly, Axeman. I mean, the work that I, typically do is streaming and writing, but even then, I do need music to just kind of get through the day. Incidentally, they do have 4 minutes left. Okay. Will you press the button? You no longer require sleep and will always be energetic, but everyone will find you repulsive and will refuse to talk to you. Nah, I don't want to do that. I like sleep. Sleep is awesome. Sleeping with somebody, or sleeping with like a pillow is always comfortable. And if you can't have anybody to cuddle with because people find you repulsive, that just makes it, I mean, why live at that point, Next. Will you press the button? You become a vampire. Yay, but you sparkle. No, I don't want that level of drama in my life. Sparkle pyres are the worst brand of vampire. Will you press the button? You live in the Pokemon world and you see them, but you can't catch them. You know what? I would press the button on this, because just because you can't catch them doesn't mean that you can't have them as companions. It just means that you can't use a Pokeball to capture and enslave them and register them. But, if I want to, have Lucario at my side, I would still be able to. It'd be there. Just no Pokeball. Couldn't catch him that way. But the Leashin Collar is still there. Press it. Somebody put it there. There's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I can do whatever I want with it. Batman, I caught a little Pokemon. Do you want to know what Pokemon I caught? All right, next. Uh, 2 minutes until Great Hall opens. take into consideration that someone could catch your Pokemon if you aren't able to. I'm taking it as a, I'm taking that as the idea that only you can see the Pokemon. And even if you aren't the only one that can see them or the only one that can interact with them, other people can't catch them because they can't be caught. You know, I choose to see it that way. They're not specific, you make your own rules. Unless you're suggesting that, you know, somebody could cuck you out of your Pokemon. I'm just saying, there's a reason why Pokemon Smash or Pass is a thing. Because a long time ago, Pokemon and humans sat at the same table. As the translation goes. Ooh, good on you for tracking me. Very good teammate skill. But yeah, I would push that button. By the way, that is a thing that I did promise I would do, Pokemon Smash or Pass, because, I mean, who hasn't played that game? Everybody plays that game. Everybody has that excuse. I'm not a furry, but... Ow! Oh, that'll teach me to stand there. Ooh, get this trade crate right here.
What have I been saying? Sorry, friend. Wasn't in my right mind.
Was I fighting you?
You can't win. Submit now to King Joker.
Nice gear.
He controls our thoughts and perceptions.
There you go. That's my kind of dude. He knows exactly who we need to be targeting.
Pledge yourself to him, and he may still spare your friends. Feel that? Even the sand beneath our feet obeys him.
All right, gotta break off so other people have the chance.
Your cause is doomed. All this effort, wasted. In death, you will belong to him.
I'm glad more and more people are getting into the practice of calling out champs.
See you again soon, mortals.
Somebody sent me 5 gold and a bunch of un-ID'd gear. I was not expecting to get tips. Ah. All right, next button press is, and this one's a bit of a dark one. You could have one person of your choosing unalived, but one random relative of yours, anyone from a parent to a distant cousin, would be unalived in turn. I don't know. Look, there are. I think everybody has that little bit of inner darkness in them that says, look, there's to them, they would say, you know, there's one person in existence that I would gladly, if I could point at them and have them just be wiped from existence, they would say yes. I'm sure everybody has like that just tiny part of them that would, you know, that would say, yeah, you know, the world would be better off without X. And they're almost always 100%, you know, they're 99.9999% guaranteed to be an awful person who probably, you know, would be better off not having existed. But even if I felt that way about somebody on this planet, and believe me, I think I do,
Wicked lay enhanced creatures
I don't
roam
think
the desert.
I could hate
What
them
are you gonna do about it?
anywhere. I don't think I could hate them enough to the point where I would risk people who I actually love in my family, because I may not be close to some of my relatives. I may actually hate one or two of them, but that does not mean that I would want to pay their life just to end the life of somebody who I find abhorrent. I couldn't bring myself to do that. Yeah, exactly, Jackal. I can't hate anywhere near enough to do that. You know, does that mean that, I mean, within my family at the very least, I'm sure there are people out there who have like just the worst family ever, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, sure. I don't care who it is. You know, just end it, and then this other person too. There probably are people in their family that would be that one person that they would choose. But me, I, I, I don't know anybody, you know, personally or just, you know of them that I would want to do that trade. Yeah, so I couldn't do it. Will you press the button? You become the smartest person on Earth, but no one will ever believe what you say. God. That's like the toughest thing ever, because scientists have to put up with that all the time. I couldn't do it. Of course, somebody said you could commit so many crimes with what you could just do. So you could say, you could lie on, you could lie on the stand, or no, not even lie on the stand. You could say that you're guilty of a crime and they will never believe you, so you could never be convicted. I guess that would...
Wicked lay enhanced
I guess that's a
creatures roam
loophole
the
that you could
desert.
exploit.
What are you gonna do about it?
You could tell the truth and nobody will ever believe you. Huh. Will you press the button? You get a free coffee from Starbucks, but you have to donate some money to a homeless person? Shit. I'll donate money, I don't even like Starbucks all that much. I'll do it. Hey, you know, this kind of restores a little bit of faith in humanity to know that 79% of respondents would do that. The coffee better be good, though, if I'm getting it for free. Okay, Kralkite ore, 500 for... What? I consume 500 Kralkite ore, I only get 209 volatile magic? That's bullshit. Wait, no wait, that wasn't 500, that was 56. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I don't know, I can't do numbers right.
That looks valuable.
Archers away the remains of the once proud Sun Spears.
Okay, let's consume all of those. Oh man, that Rockstar really helped. I've been a bit chattier this stream than than I normally am. Unless I'm just imagining. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. We'll just, okay, we'll put those back here. Okay, take all. Ooh, okay, toss those out. I don't need them. I meant to sell them all on the trading post. That was my mistake.
Wicked ley-enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
Okay, salvage all of those. We've got a reclaimed metal plate. Okay, got an ecto out of that. That's nice. Sell at trading post. I get 5 gold out of that. Perfect. So I basically made 10 gold out of I mean, just out of getting the tip, which I was not expecting. Hold on. Do I want to sell or do I want to salvage? That's tough. I don't know. You know, with the amount that I'm getting, let's salvage.
That looks valuable.
Okay, out of 37 rares, we are going to get 30 ectos. Not bad. It's not a one-to-one, but I'll take it. You know what? I'll do 16 of those. I really need more backspace. Do 40 here. Okay, got a couple of charms. Not bad. Okay, salvage all of these. Next button press. You have the power to teleport anywhere at any time, past or future, but you're doomed to be a homeless person and can't change your fate. Nah, because then I wouldn't be able to see the value in it. That might not necessarily be a bad thing, though, if you think about it. Maybe being homeless just means you don't have a home address. You could be a wanderer. You could still, I guess, be capable of having personal wealth. You just can't really take it with you. Like maybe you have money in the bank. You can get, lunch. You can stay at hotels and stuff like that. There are loopholes here. Somebody said teleport to a bank, rob bank, give all the money you stole to your best friend, tell best friend to buy a mansion with food. Pool, 2 beds, you're homeless, but you live in your best friend's mansion. You have food and water, infinite sleepovers, boom. Not a bad idea. Being homeless just means that you don't own a home, or, you don't really... You could be considered itinerant or a wanderer. Did I use that word right, itinerant? I might have, I might not have. You know what? We'll press the button. There's possibly something to be gained if you do it correctly. You will become a wealthy business owner with a payment of $200,000 a year, but you work 95 hours a week? Oh my god, no. That sounds awful. You would be working approximately 13.5 hours a day, 7 days a week. No, I could not do that. I can't even stream that. I mean, a 12-hour stream just wipes me the fuck out. I could not do that. You're just killing yourself at that point. You spend more than half of your day working. You better have a job that, is really fun and makes you do different things, because otherwise otherwise that building that you bought for your business is going to be very useful for defenestration. You know what? I want to skip this one. It's a little too political.
Wicked lay enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
Okay, here. Let me go ahead and get this stuff out of the way. Okay, we got a couple rares here. 2 rares for 2 ectos, not bad. Will you press the button? You will get to be in your dream world forever, but you have to watch your worst nightmare happen for the first 48 hours of it. Yeah, I think I would press that button. I know exactly what my worst nightmare would be, and it would be traumatic to me. But I think if I get to live in the dream world after those 2 days are up, I think it could be worth it. Because, 48 hours of your worst nightmare means that you have to confront that fear. The Happy Tyrannid. That's, you know what, yeah, I'll press it. It won't be comfortable, but... It won't be comfortable at first, but eventually you'll get through it. Everything you touch turns to gold, but a corrupt government holds you captive, forcing you to make gold for them. Well, here's the thing: if everything you touch turns to gold, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that it means anything that you touch and choose to turn into gold turns to gold. So you're forced to basically make gold for them that way, because otherwise they could just follow in your footsteps, and anything that you touch that turns to gold they could just take anyway. But here's the problem with it: you touch anything and it turns to gold, anything that you choose. If you touch everything that you want to turn into gold, value of gold decreases. Like, I don't even get why gold is like, is the entire point of gold being as valuable as it is just because it looks pretty? That's so fucking petty. I don't even understand it. King might have showed us how that's going to end. Well, I mean, I don't think that's what's at stake. I'm going to assume that it's just anything that you choose to turn into gold that you touch will turn to gold. Otherwise, it becomes a massive inconvenience. And again, if that's the case, all they need to do is just tell you and take, because what are you going to do? Take everything that you touch with you that you turn into gold? Nah, it's got to clearly be one of those you select it and then it turns to gold. So the problem is, if they hold you captive and they force you to make gold for them and the value of gold decreases, what's the point, you know? They either let you go, or you have all the gold anyways, and what? Are they going to mistreat you? Hold on. Okay, say, like, you know, they hold you captive. You get to make some concessions because otherwise they don't get their gold, right? It's like, look, I'll let you hold me captive, but I better have, like, at least a comfortable lifestyle. I better at least be able to stream and, you know, write and do all that stuff, interact with people, you know, and I'll do this stuff for you. It'll be like, you know, I'll be your cash cow for as long as, you know, the value of gold remains, you know, valuable enough. But I'll make that gold for you as long as you, for example, you know, if you're going to be corrupt about it, at the very least, don't be dickheads to the general populace. If we could get away with making those concessions, then fine. But other than that, nah, it just seems... There's too many factors there. There's too many factors you'd have to consider in order for it to be worthwhile. And ultimately, it's just... why? You know? So... You can take part in an experiment where you will gain superpowers, but your powers will switch every week, they won't repeat again, and you'll never know what power you'll get. I don't know, that seems a little too volatile. Some measure of consistency would make it more appealing, but nah, I think I won't. I just... Like, what if your superpower is that you burn with, like, the heat of the sun, but that means everybody within proximity dies? I could never be, you know, I could never be comfortable knowing, oh no, I could never be comfortable not knowing what's going to come next, especially if it's something that is horribly destructive. Because it could be horribly destructive and dangerous, and it'd suck, but it would still be classified as a superpower. Deadman's a superhero, he has superpowers. But it doesn't matter who the dead man is. It always sucks to be him.
That looks valuable.
New button. You get a free trip to Mars, but you can't come back ever. No. Mars sucks. The only free trip to Mars that I want is a trip to, like, Mars Candy Bars, like, factory. For, like, free candy bars, but that's it. You could live anywhere in the world you want, but your hometown would be destroyed. Okay, hear me out. You have to define what your hometown is. Like, what would be classified as a hometown? Okay. Cambridge Dictionary defines a hometown as the town or city that a person is from, especially the one which they were born and lived while they were young. He was born in Miami but considers New York his hometown since he lived there most of his life. I'm a military brat, so I can't say for sure that I actually had a hometown. Like, because I moved so much. I think this house that we've been living in for like the last decade or so is like the one place that we have been in the longest. So, yeah. I love this place, but is it a hometown? Because it's not really the home of my youth. I don't think I would, because I don't think I can. I won't press the button, and it again, it's not because I won't, it's because I don't think I can. Because I can't really define what my hometown would be. If I could choose a location that I lived in during my youth, there is one candidate for that. But oh, you know what? If I could choose that location, maybe. It's fairly low population, and I hated most of the people there. I don't know. I guess if I could, ooh, check out that hunk over there. Hello, handsome. Right. Sorry, handsome Char. If I knew that, most of the people there could avoid the fallout of it, I'd say yes, but I'm just gonna not. You can teleport wherever you want, but every time you teleport, you become one inch shorter. Nah, I couldn't do it. I'm at a height that I'm already comfortable with. I don't want to get any shorter. I don't feel like I need to get any taller, but I definitely don't want to get shorter. You are the smartest person that will ever live during the course of humanity, but you can never use your smarts to benefit the world or yourself. So you can't use your intelligence to your own benefit? I mean, what's the point what's the point then? So no. Don't press it. It's like saying, "Oh, you have super speed, but you have super speed. You can move, faster than the speed of light, but you're a paraplegic."
Wicked lay enhanced creatures are roaming the desert.
It's just really self-defeating. I could never. New button. You get your dream position in any sport you want, but you never win a major prize. I don't play sports. Yeah. I mean, if you love a sport enough, and you get your dream position, and if it's like a professional sport, hey, you're 1 year of that's gonna get you millions, right? So you're pretty much set for life at that point. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that would benefit you, but I don't love sports enough in order to do that, so no thank you. Sport, is that a fruit? Nah, it's a soup. Major League Gaming, nah. Major League Gaming's really toxic. It doesn't sound like it would make you good at it. No. You get paid for it, for the position, for like, the season, but that's it. You might end up becoming a laughing stock. You become a genius, rich and athletic, but you are constantly constipated. The fuck?
Wicked ley-enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
No, thank you. You live on a space station, but you will have to watch very cheesy movies with robots. Okay, I don't mind the robots thing, and there are some very cheesy movies that are very enjoyable. I mean, sometimes, the most fun that you can have is with a lot of queso, you know? Uh, but honestly, living on the space station is more of a detriment than most people think. I mean, you are being bombarded with radiation for the entire duration that you are up there. It's not comfortable. I mean, there's a reason why you have to constantly exercise when you are like in space, and that is because you know the the lack of gravity means that resistance training, weight training is basically useless. You have to find ways to actually get around those limitations. So, as fun as it might be, I don't think I would. It would be novel, if that's your thing, if you just want to live on a space station, but I don't think I could live in a confined space for like months at a time and feel comfortable.
Wicked ley-enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you gonna do about it?
I mean, yes, I know it's Mystery Science 3000, but you never defined that the robots are like actually that humorous. Uh, I mean, let's assume. Hold on. Okay, like, let's assume that yes, I'm on a space station. I have to watch very cheesy movies, and part of the fun is being able to riff them with Crow T Robot and Tom Servo. Okay, would that be fun? I guess. But we're talking about just living on a space station, not like not like on Deep 13. Do I have that guarantee? Do I have the guarantee that it's Crow and Tom Servo? Because if it's not, then I'm gonna have to pass. You become the smartest man in the world, but you're confined to a wheelchair and have to type and talk in a robot voice forever. Look, more power to those with those limitations. Hold on. Okay, so more power to people with those limitations. You know, I could never be Stephen Hawking. I mean, the intelligence thing is one thing, but I think the fact that he was able to commit his energy and his mind towards the pursuit of unraveling the mysteries of the universe is a noble pursuit. And let nobody ever talk down about his endurance, you know, dealing with the plethora of health issues that he had to go through. You know, that was a powerful man, you know. I just don't think I could do it. I could never be on that level. I could never have that endurance. I just don't know if I would have that amount of willpower. So I would just say no. I could never be Steve Hawking. I just don't believe in myself that much. Will you press the button? You can skip all the ads on TV, but you will dream of them at night. That's pointless. I don't even watch TV. Hey, Solid. That's pretty dark, but I mean, yeah. Not much has gone on. Just did a little bit of Palawadon, and I did a meta event with a bunch of people, and that was fun. Now I'm talking about will I press the button challenges. We had some interesting ones to talk about. Will you press the button? You can be any species of choice, real or fictional, but you will be the very last of your kind. I could actually be Kajik Surnam, couldn't I? But I would actually be the very last of my kind, too. I wouldn't have luck there. I don't think I could do... Well, I mean, if I could choose to do that, would I even do it?
What are you gonna do about it?
That's actually a good point. Solid. I could actually do that. I mean, it's not saying that that's a limitation. You know what? I think I would. Knowing what I would be wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Because the entire point of the Contrashaw species is that, they are capable of bonding with a lot of people. And you'd be a natural force sensitive. I'd see it as, a win. It's just... It would be that much more difficult to actually restart the species if that was what you wanted to do.
Ready to send a dead thing back to its grave? This ghost bounty's calling your name.
We actually had that one earlier. Oh. Oh, this is foul. This one's foul. You get to have passionate procreating hugging with a celebrity of your choice, and it can be as dirty and kinky as you want, but both yours and their parents are watching the whole time from across the room. Do I know that? I don't think it's considered cucking because there's not really a humiliation factor in like taking. I mean, assume that the celebrity is not like romantically engaged with anybody anyway. It's just the parents being there that is the issue. I could see why some people would push this button. The question is, do do you know that that is what's happening? I mean, I guess if you press the button, you're going to know. But is there like a one-way mirror? Are they going to do Mystery Science 3000, on like the performance? It's like, oh, let's see who wears the daddy pants in this relationship. Like, are we going to have Mike Nelson make commentary on on the equipment being used, or does just everybody have a ball gag?
Wicked ley-enhanced creatures are roaming the desert. What are you?
Nevertheless, no, I could not do that. And I'm glad a lot of people agree. You can see people's dreams make anything that occurs within them real, including your own, but this applies to nightmares also. This doesn't have a downside. These are the key words. You can. Not you will, but you can. If you choose to, you can see people's dreams and make anything that occurs within them real, including your own. But that applies to nightmares also. You can. But will you? Because if it's not you will, and if it is you can, then yes, press the button. Because you can dream a lot of pleasant stuff, and you can dream some pretty frightening stuff. But if you can only focus on the ones that you enjoy, and you can ignore your nightmares, fine. That's it. You get to pick and choose. Will you press the button? World peace is achieved, but no one has visible emotions anymore. So you're basically saying the ending to Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Is that it? That's essentially what it is. You see, exactly, Jackal. You would not have to bring nightmares to life. You don't have to worry about that. World peace is cheap, but no one has visible emotions. Nah, no, I wouldn't. World without emotions would be very dry and boring, no entertainment to be had at that point. Will you press the button? There's a 50-50 chance you will become immortal, but there's a 50-50 chance that you die immediately. Nah, immortality by itself is kind of a curse. Like I said earlier, one of Jafar's hardest lines is you can... you know what? I'm actually going to look up that line and see.
What do you need?
Oh, you said genies can't kill. You said that. You'd be surprised what you can live through. Yeah. The Return of Jafar. That was one of the hardest lines that he said. So no, I'm not going to press that button because immortality's not nearly as great as you might think it is. Have I ever heard of the Marvel character Hive? Why is that name familiar? I know that it is the name of, like, the character in Marvel, but I don't know what they are, what they do, or what they even look like. Oh, you can create some sort of amazing series that has a large fan following, be it book, video game, television, etc. But that will be your sole claim to fame. Nothing else you do will be recognized by your fans, no matter how hard you try. Okay, hold on. there's a whole discussion I want to have about this. Okay, that I've talked about before in the past. Okay, so people who know my writing, um, they know it for really only two things. Uh, Either Path of the Sentinel or the Roadside series. To my knowledge, the Roadside series has gotten the most general attention from people who don't actually follow me, who have only read the series and said, "Wow, this is like really good," and really ignored, the opus that is the magnum opus that is Path of the Sentinel. But here, okay, this is like the artist's conundrum being solved, because anything that you do, the passion project is the one that you put like your most heart and soul in, but it's also the one that is most at risk of not being recognized compared to the thing that you decided to make off the cuff. That's like one of the artist's like nightmares. It's like, I put so much effort and passion and love into this thing that I did, and it's getting minimal amounts of attention. Okay, I'm going to take a break from that and I'll just, scribble something down. Oh, this is kind of neat, And then it blows up, it goes viral, and it becomes beloved, but it becomes more well known than the thing that you actually put the most amount of love into. There's like that disparity between the minimal amount of effort getting the maximum amount of attention. Speaking as a writer, that shit hurts. It hurts so bad sometimes. And the only saving grace from that is that there is a chance that the thing that you become well known for might eventually get people to look at the thing that you did put love into, and that there may eventually, somewhere along the line, be a spark of a following on the thing that you did love. But that's not even a guarantee. That's something that's like, that's like a 1D100. That's a 1D1000. You can't know for sure. But this is the solution here, because this is a button that I would press because it's the one thing that you want to do, the one amazing series. It could be a franchise, right? Amazing series. It could go on for as long as you want. It could be like a 200 volume, epic on on what it is that you want to do. That could be your passion project. That could be the one thing that you spent your life on, and you get it. You get that large fan following. You get all the love and recognition from the thing that you love. And you know what? That might be enough. I think for me, that would be enough. Because at that point, the thing that you love, that you wanted to make bank off of because you love it and you want others to love it too, you want to get that recognition, that validation, you have achieved that if you press that button. And anything else that you do, you could do it like for a commission, or you could do it just as like a nice little project, a personal thing that you hope doesn't really catch on, or you're not expecting it to catch on. You just do it because you love it, But yeah, I would press that button. Yeah, because that's that artist conundrum that that becomes a nightmare just being solved by by pressing that button. Hive's said to be the physical embodiment of Hydra in some versions. He's the founder of Hydra and the secret god that the high-ranking members of Hydra worship. Has a variety of powers making him terrifying. He's made out of countless upon countless little tiny parasites that if just one gets in you, you're basically become his most devout follower. You have the same goals, the same views, and the same everything he does. His has a belief that if all beings had the same mindset, the same views, the same beliefs, the same everything, there'd be no suffering, no pain, no war, no anything. While it makes life dull and boring, he argues it's a better life to be dull and boring than to be full of pain and suffering. That sounds kind of terrifying. Like, there's that rationale, that logic that you can't really completely dispute. It's like it kind of sounds like it at the face of it that he knows what he's talking about, but you understand the implications that what is going on, makes him a villain. So yeah, it sounds like the Master from Fallout, except instead of FEV, it's just tiny parasitic entities. That can be pretty terrifying, yeah. Well, you press the button. You get the chance to choose a new talent for yourself, but you steal that talent from someone else.
Responsibility isn't easy.
Yeah, I press that button because I know a lot of assholes who are talented who really should have lost their, or who may have actually lost their followings already. I would do it just to steal that talent and, make it my own, with the added benefit of not being that asshole. I don't know who I would choose. I mean, there's a selection that I could probably there's a pool there that I could choose from. I just don't know who would be in that pool. This is fun. I like doing this. You create the greatest video game of all time, but it's on the 2DS. I don't really see a downside. If it's the greatest video game of all time, it's on the 2DS. Then it's probably Undertale. A new alien race comes to Earth and desires peace, welcoming everyone into an intergalactic federation, but all games produced by Epic Games must be burned and disposed of. Please excuse me. Let's see. All games produced by Epic Games. Okay, there's only been about 40 games since 1991. Is that a drawback, or are they sweetening the deal? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Based in Cary, North Carolina. Okay. What do we got? Develop games. ZZT for the MS-DOS. Killer Blaster, Jill of the Jungle, Silver Ball, Firefight, 7th Legion, Jazz Jackrabbit, and Jazz Jackrabbit 2. Not really profound enough, I guess, to really make a difference. I guess you have Unreal Tournament, Gears of War, Shadow Complex, Infinity Blade, Bulletstorm. Okay, so you got the Gears of War series, which I guess that's okay, but it's am I really going to go out of my way to deny our planet world peace with a new alien race welcoming us into their intergalactic federation of peace and harmony and surplus and glory, just so I can protect the Gears of War series? Fuck that. Am I gonna do it for Fortnite? Fuck that.
What do you need?
What, am I gonna do it for Fortnite or Gears of War? No. Nah. You know what? I'm pressing that button. No more Fortnite, no more Gears of War, no more Jazz Jackrabbit. Only one of those things might be kind of valuable. Only two of those things might be kind of valuable. We can do without Fortnite. In fact, that might be one of the stipulations. We can be a part of the Intergalactic Federation, but the alien race says you can be a part of our, you can be a part of our community. But you got to get rid of Fortnite because it's trash, it's garbage, it's overrated. Fuck yeah, I'll do it. I'll press that button. I'll do it for free. Since he's made of countless parasites, Tiny needed a microscope to see he still needs bodies for parasites to inhabit. Whenever he takes over a body, becomes this body, gains all the powers, body's powers, abilities, skills, experience, memories, everything. Is this what happened to, like, Steve Rogers in order to him for him to become like Captain Hydra or something. I know nothing about this character. He does sound terrifying though. Kind of sounds impressive. You gain the ability to save and load just like in a video game, but every time you use your ability, people forget you a little bit more. Undertale reference detected. Nah, I don't think I would. I see the novelty in it and how useful it can be, but yeah, sure. Send a pic my way. You can shapeshift to look like whoever you want, but whatever you do, your voice will change into a really bad Batman impression. Where is he? Nah. Oh, okay. Nah, I mean, shapeshift into whoever I want. I mean, the voice is kind of the funny thing. I guess maybe it would make sense if, you know... Nah, I wouldn't want Kajix to sound like that, though. Nah, never mind. Will you press the button? All nuclear weapons are disarmed, but nuclear power is the only source of energy for the world, and there's a nuclear power plant within 5 miles of every city. This is actually far less scary than it sounds. I think this is a button that I would press. I'm not saying that nuclear power is completely clean or completely safe, but
I didn't see you there. Responsibility isn't easy.
it would mean that people would have to... Okay, the nuclear weapons thing, you know, the thing being a deterrent means if you remove that, then wars are going to have to be fought more conventionally, I guess. Having nuclear power available for everybody... There's a really long and deep philosophical, geopolitical, and environmental argument that you could make. If I'm taking things at face value, though, I feel like I would press the button just on the basis that nuclear energy is a lot less risky than most people think, and it's only because we go out of our way to scaremonger over things like Chernobyl or Fukushima. You know, that we overlook the vast majority of nuclear power installations that are not nearly as that don't have that same risk. Like, I'm gonna say, is it ridiculously safe? Yeah. Is it completely safe? No, but then again, nothing really is. Nothing in life really is. It's a lot safer than most alternatives. Will you press the button? You spend a year living as a billionaire, but for the rest of your life afterwards, you will never again live in luxury. Okay. What's the downside here? That you get to live 1 year as a billionaire and then you don't get to live as a billionaire? Look, not living in luxury doesn't mean that you're not living comfortably. I mean, if you're living life as a billionaire for like 1 year, that doesn't mean that you automatically lose the billion afterwards. You might still be rich. You just don't have the caviar dinners. You don't have the A5 Wagyu dinners anymore. You don't have a personal chef. You may not even have a maid that, works more or less for free. You have to pay for the maid this time. You're not getting you're not constantly eating out at a shitty overpriced restaurant like Salt Bays, but you're living comfortably. So I would press that button. What? Oh, that's bullshit. You know what? I think people actually, misinterpreted what this actually means. Just live luxurious -1. There's no reason to not press the button. Doesn't say you'll be poor or anything, just not in luxury. You can see it as a sabbatical year. Exactly. Not being able to live as a billionaire doesn't mean that you're suddenly out on the streets. It just means you live, a year as a billionaire. You get all those cool, perks, that the top 1% gets access to, and then I don't know, you probably get to still keep the billion, and you have a new perspective on life that helps inform your decisions, and who knows, maybe even come out of it a better person. But you don't come out of it like a piece of shit. But you're happy, because I can tell you right now, you can live life as a billionaire, but you would probably still miss some of those simple pleasures, like having a cup of ramen noodles, just sitting on a sofa and just relaxing, hot chocolate, people that you actually care about, and not. I mean, living as a billionaire, what are you doing? Rubbing elbows with with high class people and ignoring the hoi polloi and whatnot. Nah. Well, you press the button. You can respawn if you die, but a random person close to you dies in your place if you do. Nah, I don't want to put anybody through that. Hopefully there's a quit option too. You can do whatever you want every day, but you feel like you're drowning every time you wake up, but right before you die, you stop drowning. Oh, God. Nah. I constantly have, and I'm not going to go into any detail, but I constantly have straying, intrusive thoughts about some of the horrible ways that people have lost their lives, like going hole spelunking, or being out to sea and, just getting caught and, and the idea of them just almost gives me an anxiety attack. I hate, for example, those YouTube videos where it's like, let's calculate what happens if a penny was moving at the speed of light and it hit the earth, or a grain of sand, was moving at the speed of light and it hit the earth, and they have like this impossibly and usually, inappropriately and inaccurately calculated simulation on the computer showing the massive devastation that the planet would undertake if a grain of sand moving at the speed of light hit the Earth, assuming that it didn't burn up in Earth's atmosphere. And it's like, oh, you basically broke the planet apart with a grain of rice, And it's like, I hate those. I hate, where it's like, oh, the devastations and the horrors of space, Pack Chewy Umph. Are there stairs in your house? I'm the shover robot. I push bread down their throats. We're here to protect you from the terrible secret of space. I don't like those videos that give you those simulations. It's like they they make me worry about things I have no control over, you know? Ugh. So, but yeah, I mean, the point that I'm making here is that this idea, just the idea of this, makes me uncomfortable. I'm moving on. The next button you press will give you extreme feelings of pleasure, but you will never be able to experience the same feeling ever again. Nah, I like more mundane, carnal, physical, connections. Not once in a lifetime, things over some as simple as that. Hell, I got games on Steam that, give me those options. I can't stream them, but I have them.
More people should learn to barter.
Everyone you wish to love loves you, but everyone else, including family and friends, hates you. What if you love everybody? I mean, if you... Nah. You can read and write in any language, but you cannot speak. This is a limitation. Nah, I don't think I would. I may be introverted, but for the people I do care about and who I am comfortable with, being able to communicate, with a vocal word is too important to me. World hunger, wars, racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, and all prejudice are eradicated, but at the cost of your own life. Would anybody be willing to make that kind of noble sacrifice? I would say, if it came to it, if I were given this option, I would take steps to try to mitigate the damage within my life. And if at least one of those things has not been solved, then I would if at least at the end of my life, or towards the end of my life, one of these things was not solved, then I would press the button. So that's the caveat. It's just I would wait, until close to the end, and then, you know. You can transform into a werewolf at will, the badass kind, and have foresight of when full moons come. But on every full moon, your transformation is forced and you turn feral, eating and killing anything in sight. Depending on how horrific your ravaging is, you might be hunted down by werewolf hunters. Okay, bear with me here. There's a solution. And what it requires is, before it happens, okay, before the full moon, you spend a couple of days preparation, okay? And what you do is you get yourself you set aside money for this, but you get yourself a shitload of KFC and pizzas, and sodas. Because if you're a werewolf, you probably have a higher metabolism. You can just, you can just work that shit off in the same night that you basically go insane. And then when you finally are forced to transform, you just fucking destroy your menu. You get 5 buckets of chicken and that's it. You turn feral, because if you turn feral, it doesn't necessarily mean that your entire focus is on eating and killing anything in sight. If there's nobody in sight, nobody to worry about. But if there is somebody in sight, they're probably trespassing on the property, and fortress doctrine right there, their castle doctrine right there. So, but in any case, feral also means that if you're going to be animalistic, you know what a lot of animals like to do after they eat? they sleep. So, just spend like a good 5 hours just destroying like whatever it is that you brought. Just get the takeout, get like 10 pizzas and 18 buckets of chicken. You're good. And then you just sleep it off, and then you wake up in the morning and you're like, okay, this is great, now to spend like the next 4 hours on the John, and you're good. Just plant wolfsbane around the house, problem solved. There you go. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm gonna press the button, and nobody else would. Look, I just warned my parents. Look, just everybody, everybody in my family, just head out. Go to the hotel. I'll be in the basement, and we'll be fine. And then I just, I can turn into a werewolf whenever I want, for whatever reason I want. Turn into a werewolf at will and flex for Twitter. For money. Will you press the button? Crazy, senseless lovemaking with Emma Watson. Which, I mean, I get why there's that attraction, but not really my type. But you also have to do Margaret Thatcher. No. That just... the con vastly outweighs the pro. You fall in love with someone who's almost perfect for you in every way, but their one flaw is they hate all the music, TV, movies, and books you like. Nah, because then I wouldn't be able to connect with them on, like, on a fun level. You gain the ability to shapeshift into any person, creature, or thing you want while retaining your sentience, but everyone you know thinks you're dead, and you can never interact with them ever again. Nah, I value my friends and family too much in order to make that sacrifice. You will be able to instantly make friends with anyone you meet, but you can only have 10 friends at a time. To get a new one, you have to get rid of an old one. Hey, that doesn't mean that you can't have acquaintances or followers or people who like your work. But I don't like the idea of having only 10 friends. I'm not going to be like one of those persons like, hey, look at the thousands of friends I have on fucking Facebook. Because those aren't actual friends. Those are just people you know and you connected with. That's your network. That's not a friendship. That's a network. It's not a relationship. Just a network. So nah, I wouldn't do that. Wow, that's kind of a cool design, Solid, of for Hive. Next, get free food wherever you go. You get to go to the restaurant and order food for free, but you have to scream "these nuts" every time you order food for free.
Huh.
Can I change it up with a clever pun? I'll do it. I think a lot of people would do it. You get the ability to see through things, but you see hallucinations at night, creepy or nice.
You'll find everything you need here.
That sounds like a massive con. I guess, I mean, is one of those nice things like Malo? SCP-1471? because I'm okay with that. Okay. But nah, for the most part, no. Hallucinations are kind of a... You receive unlimited free meals from your favorite restaurant, but you gain twice as much weight as usual. But all other harmful effects are more or less the same. Nah. It would just make it that much more difficult to actually go to that place. You get every console with every game. You press the button, you get every console with every game, but you can never go outside. Good. Outside sucks. Outside is the worst. There's bugs outside. There's tornadoes outside. There's earthquakes outside. I can, stick my head out of a window, though. I'll do it. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of exaggerating, but it's like, look, if it's just like, don't leave the property, that's fine. No. You will be beautiful and wealthy beyond your wildest dreams, but you will never find love or companionship and will die alone. Wealthiness and beauty are overrated. I can't do it. Wow, 72% of people would rather die alone. If it just meant that they could be beautiful and wealthy. How petty. How superficial. You are able to breathe underwater indefinitely, but it will still feel like you're drowning. You know what? It sounds awful, but once you get past that idea and you get into the mindset that as uncomfortable as it is, you are able to continue to persist and live, that could actually become a powerful upside. Because if it gets to the point where you're able to breathe underwater and you still feel that uncomfortability and that, just that, that pain, and it becomes mundane, it's more the fear, I would imagine. That's the uncomfortable part about drowning. But once you get past that, it's probably not going to be nearly as bad. Yeah, I guess a lot of people actually agree with that. Yeah. It just seems like a really... It's a considerable... Hold on, let me see. What are they actually wearing? The True Sight Light Coat. And the True Sight Light Leggings. Oh, that actually looks kind of decent. Go ahead and grab that out there, because I didn't actually ignore that. Yeah. You meet the woman of your dreams and you eventually marry her, but you always have an intense itching sensation in a spot you can't reach, and it never goes away. No, I'd go insane. You become the best in the world at something, but no one will ever acknowledge your ability. That's okay. I don't want to be the best at writing. I don't want to be the best at streaming. Those are things that I would like to improve naturally, but I would still like to be able to do that one thing that would help me live comfortably, that nobody has to acknowledge in order for me to be able to profit off of. Like, think about it. If you become the best in the world at grand larceny, if you become the best in the world at Grand Theft Auto, like not the game, but like being an actual robber, you're the best in the world at like making the money, or stealing, if you're the best in the world at doing that and you make money off of it, then the fact that nobody will ever acknowledge it is a boon. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's an easy button push. You get one wish and magic powers, but you must use those powers to risk your life and fight witches. Nah. Oh. 69% of respondents would. You can erase the mind of anyone you choose, but you leave a scar on them whenever you do it, letting everyone know that you erased their mind. Depending on the person, the people who know might actually say thank you. Nah, I don't want to hurt people just so I can be wealthy. That's petty. Press the button and Google gives everyone free internet, but Apple goes out of business. This has less than 80% approval. I'm going to lose my faith in humanity. I'll take a 77. That makes me happy to know that people agree with me. The idea of Apple going out of business is not a tragedy. You can meet any dead person you want, but you'll age 2 times as fast? No. I'm fishing for the ones that are actually philosophical. That'll give me a good discussion. Your boyfriend / girlfriend becomes the epitome of beauty and will stay with you forever, but he or she stops loving you. Apple, like most big companies, is predatory, so good riddance, yeah. Rage comics are eliminated from mainstream cultural history, but weird Twitter / Tumblr memes replace them. Nah, Rage comics have their place in modern culture. Can they be garbage? Yes, but can they be thought-provoking? Anything can be. So nah, I wouldn't. You'll be transported to a fictional universe of your choice and do anything within human capability. But anyone you know in this universe immediately forgets your existence, and you must make a living where you chose. So that means I could go to the Star Wars universe and be a Jedi, because that's within human capability, being a Jedi. Yeah, I'll do it. You can freeze time at will, but you age twice as fast when time is stopped. This could be good, or it could be bad. You have to be very selective about this. Nah, I don't think I would. You will become the most rich and famous person in the world, but you will die of drug overdose in 20 years. So, in other words, you'll become a rich and famous person in the world. Nah. Would not do that. You will live the happiest and most fulfilling life you could possibly have, but you are turned into a real life. What the fuck did you expect? What, you thought I wouldn't press that button? What, you think you don't think I know that you guys would push that button? I know you guys would push that button. I know most. You know what? This bar right here, it's a lie. 49%, nah. 70% at the very least. Everybody's a closet furry. There's only two people there's only two people on this planet. Okay, two types of people in this world: furries and liars. Okay, you'll be extremely rich and smart, but you'll be constantly monitored by the government. I don't want to be rich and smart and have my, my right to privacy violated. So nah, I will not. 49% are in denial. Yeah. You get free first class flights to anywhere, anytime you want, but you have to be naked on the flight. This is a weird question. I don't know. I can have private rooms. You know what? Actually, Solid, that's a good point. There are some flights, there's some first class flights that are basically so comfortable that you basically get your own private pod. You basically get like a room that, that shuts you out. Just put that pillow over your lap, when you're ordering your dinner, when the, server, comes by and you're good. Here's the thing though, I don't like flying, If I can choose the flight and know that it's not, for example, Boeing connected, then yeah, I might take it. You know what? Yeah. Depending on if I can choose the flight and I can get one of those, those pod experiences and it's free, I'll take it. Will you press the button? You can create your own superpower and use it for however long you desire, but you have to be a villain. Do you have to be an effective villain? Do you have to be an effective villain, or can you be like, do you have to be like the Joker, or can you be like Bob, Agent of Hydra, who's technically an anti-hero, but I mean, I guess he could be a villain. Like, can you be Condiment Man? Like, can you have a superhero, but only be as much of a villain as, say, Calendar Man? Well, no, not Calendar Man. Calendar Man's actually kind of freaky. Kite Man? Yeah, do you have to be like... Can you be like Nanawe? Can you be like King Shark, but like King Shark from Harley Quinn? Can you be like a villain that's like not really a piece of shit? They just break the law. Sometimes and you break out and you basically live an otherwise normal life. You just happen to break laws that didn't actually hurt anybody. If it's a matter of you can choose what grade of villain that you can be, I'll push that button. You could be like a notable, like a very low level, not very noticeable villain and not be a total piece of shit. It's like, well, technically, you were double parked. That makes you a lawbreaker, and I guess because you had superpowers and you use them, in order to break the law, that makes you a villain. There you go. Fine, I'll pay the fine. You can speak every single language, but the more you speak other languages, the more you forget your original language, and the more painful it is to speak. Can it be fictional languages? Because if I could learn to speak Mandoa, that would be a plus to me. Saul, that's actually a good. Saul, that's actually a really good answer too, because it's like technically you're a villain at that point, but depending on who you pick, is everybody going to see you that way? And another thing, what if you're the kind of villain that nobody knows about? Like you're only a villain because you committed to that, but you didn't do anything else. You still have that superpower and you can, use it at will, but nobody will ever know. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure the thing about Light Yagami and the entire thing of Death Note was that it was the ego that really got. It was really his ego that got him captured, or not Light Yagami. No, yeah, yeah. You find the love of your life at age 25 and are happily married for 85 years, but you have a genetic condition that means you can never have an orgasm. That's evil. No, and and a lot of people feel the same way. It's like, yeah, relationships are not orgasms only, but you might lose your mind. Nah, I don't want to. I don't want to answer that one. It's not fun. You can have any superpower of your choice, but you can never use it for personal gain, selfish reasons, or you'll die. There are actually a lot of applications here that would make it useful, but not really qualify as like personal gain, like making money, or for being selfish. Like, what if you had the power of invulnerability, right? Would using it for personal gain, how would you define using invincibility for personal gain? I mean, I guess one example would be, taking bets. Hey, I bet like $1,000 that I can survive a gunshot. I mean, obviously you would still die anyways. But if it's like I decided to use if I had the power of invincibility, of invulnerability, and I decided to become a bodyguard for somebody, for hire, and I use that body to shield a person, that would be earning my keep. Yes, that would be, that would be me using that ability for profit. But at the same time, I'm also using it to safeguard somebody's life. So it's not totally selfish. It is using an ability in the service of others, but also being compensated for it. I think that I think that would be one way that you could get around that. I mean, because you're just in the end, you're really just making a living off of a skill that you have inherited, or an ability that you have inherited. And it's not. I wouldn't consider it selfish to want to make a comfortable living off of it. So yeah, I would press that button. Oh boy, this went places. Just pressing the button and having discussions about this. And I've been playing. I've had Guild Wars up in the background this entire time. Oh boy, it's already 11, and that means that I've reached the 6-hour mark for tonight's stream. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night right here. I hope you guys enjoyed watching Guild Wars 2. I know it's not really, the game of choice that you guys want, but I can't play Tears of the Kingdom anymore with the Wolflink mod, and it's driving me crazy. I don't like it. But any case, I hope you guys did get some enjoyment out of tonight's stream. And playing Would You Press the Buttons, it got to have some really philosophical discussions. I think also the Rockstar, the watermelon flavored Rockstar Punched kind of helped. I noticed that I really do get very chatty when I've had some taurine in my system, and once again, it's come to save the day. So yeah, but yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me see if I can throw you guys towards a raid. Now, let me see if I can raid you guys out. Give me a moment. We'll see who's on. Okay, stream manager. Okay, we'll parachute you guys into who's up. Some wolf guy's playing Final Fantasy XIV online. Zeo Baron, he's an artist. I've gotten a couple of pieces of art from him with Dodger. So, yeah, he's playing Final Fantasy XIV online, so I'll go ahead and raid out to him, So, hope you guys enjoyed. Go ahead and start the raid right now. I'll pick up the stream tomorrow starting around 4 or 5, and probably go maybe 5 or 6 hours, and I don't know, we'll have to see, but I hope to see you guys there. But for now, you guys take care of yourselves, have a great night, and I will see you guys next time. Let's raid you guys out.